That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. You don't play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then we're tired. Get out.
We couldn't do diddly poo offensively. We couldn't make a push down. We couldn't run the ball. We didn't try to run the ball. We couldn't complete a pass. We sucked. We sucked.
You play to win the game.
That's pitiful.
You don't play to just play it.
Perform like that.
You don't play to win.
What's that?
When you start telling me
We suck.
it doesn't matter, then we're tired.
You kidding me? Playoffs? What's that? Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? Playoffs? That's pitiful. Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Another game.
Get off my coach's backs. Get off the players' backs. I'm responsible for the whole thing. I'm responsible for the whole thing. Okay.
The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. Now, you want to crown them? They crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
I told you what I'm gonna do now. Now you wanna know what I'm gonna do because I'm contingency of that. Wanna know what I'm gonna do in a contingency of that. All of which are hypothetical.
I'm the coach of the team. I'll decide
Who's sitting, who's playing.
I'll decide who plays, when they play, where they play.
That's why we took the damn field. That's why we took the damn field.
What next?
You play to win the game.
I want winners.
You don't play to just play it.
I want people that want to win. This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. Our formula is this. We go out, we hit people in the mouth, number one. Number two, we cannot give them the game. Number three,
Hello?
We suck.
I tell you the truth.
right now that person is not sold out to be part of this team. Cannot play with them.
You play to win the game.
Cannot win with them.
Playoffs?
Hello?
Cannot coach with them.
That is so much crap.
Can't do it.
You play to win.
You don't know what we're trying to do. You guys don't look at the films. You don't know what happened. You really don't know. You think you know, but you really don't know. And you never will.
I'm getting all the damn heat with everybody, each and every one of y'all hammering my tail. I don't coach that way. I don't coach them to do that type of thing.
See that? That's your IQ, buddy.
I don't coach that
See
way.
that? That's your IQ, buddy. Zero.
I don't really care. I gotta tell you the truth.
I know I'm smarter than that.
You play to win the game.
Playoffs?
You don't play to just play it. You don't play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then we're tired. Get out.
Yesterday's yesterday, today's today, tomorrow will be tomorrow.
Playoffs?
Thanks, Coach.
Welcome to the Couch Potato Sports Show, your internet radio home for all sports, news, and talk. Join Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, and the Eagle Eye, Bill Cerna, and the best co-host anyone could ask for, Cuervo. We cover it all. NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, as well as indoor football and high school sports. Now, it's time. Here's Sonny Clark.
All right, everybody, welcome into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, as we are here on our Sunday morning tradition that continues on into the 12th year. And by the time this football season is over, we will be on a baker's dozen. 13 years here on the Couch Potato Sports Show, as we've been bringing you everything that we know about sports. And guess what? Today is the day. This is the day where we do the major diving into the NFL as we start looking at the division breakdowns here. And we're starting it off with the South, the AFC and the NFC South. We are going to go over each and every team. We are going to go over different things that are going on with the team. We are going to go over what we think is going to be good, bad, and different for each team. We're going to go over who we think is going to win the division and end up last. Now, these right here are obviously I'm not a good weatherman. These are not necessarily the order that Sonny Clark or anybody else seems to think that will end up going on within this division. Okay, this is just our work here as we are here on the Couch Potato Sports Show, and an exciting time of the year as we all get an opportunity to have our predictions of what we think is going to happen. And I got last year's book right here. It did it in purple last year. This year's purple too. So I did two. I got two. I got this year's. That's this one, and last year's. I'll mark it. But everything that we did last year, as far as the games and stuff like that, all right here from last year, and I keep track of it by hand. Yes, by hand. I prefer hand. I prefer to be able to see it, and I know where things are. Now, guys, when we sit down and start deciding when we're going to do this, then the homework starts, guys. Literally hours. Yes, I do it by hand too. Yeah, paper here and more stuff and more figuring out of certain things to figure out who we think is going to be there. Now, we have been known to be pretty damn good at this. Okay, for the last 8 years, the Couch Potato Sports Show has been right there. As far as the first 4 years, obviously getting into it and figuring it out and then having the time and being able to dedicate what we do. After that, boy, we have been off and running on this show. We have always been in the top 5, at least that's according to Todd. Todd has been keeping track of it better than the hell we do. That being said, we've been right up there with the so-called experts right here as we look at things differently. And we don't have to be politically correct. We don't have to worry about sponsors saying you shouldn't say this, shouldn't say that. We don't have to worry about Fox executives. We don't have to worry about any of that. We say it like we mean it. We don't hold it back, and we don't sugarcoat it. That is just what we do on this show and what we have done for many years. Now, today I was on many radio places talking about getting ready for the NFL season. I had 3 people ask me to do a portion of their show, and I was on those shows this morning, along with obviously doing what we did. All right, now here we are, 3:30, ready to rock and roll to start talking about the divisions of football here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. That being said, of course, that's the name of the show. Cuervo's going to be coming in. Also, Jonathan's going to join us. I felt bad because I actually thought I had him in our chat thing, and I evidently did not. And that being said, of course, he didn't get a lot of it. Now he is part of it, and we'll have Jonathan in here a little bit earlier. Game that's going on right now in the fourth quarter, it's all tied at 18, and if I'm not mistaken, they don't go in overtime on preseason games. With a minute 41 left to go, 2 of the teams that we're going to cover are playing. The Carolina Panthers and the Indianapolis Colts are knotted at 18 right now. Earlier today, the Washington Redskins took the loss to the New England Patriots. Some other games, if you're excited about preseason, so be it. The Steelers got the victory over the Philadelphia Eagles 24-17. Tennessee, the team that we're going to be talking about today, as well as the Atlanta Falcons played. Tennessee got the victory 23-3 in that one. We'll be talking about both of those teams. The Buffalo Bills got a 1 point victory over the Detroit Lions, 16-15. The Arizona Cardinals beat the America's team, if that's what you want to call them, 19-16 on a final field goal as well. The Chicago Bears got a victory over the Miami Dolphins, 20-13. The Denver Broncos smoked the Minnesota Vikings, 33-6. New Orleans Saints took a loss to the Baltimore Ravens, 17-14. And the Carolina Panthers, mark that. The Jacksonville Jaguars at home took a loss to the Cleveland Browns, 23-13, lost by 10 by my Jags. Cincinnati got the victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where everybody sat down on the first line, first string. No, none of the starters started that one. Cincinnati got the victory, 19-14. The Jets got a 12-7 victory over the New York Giants. God, is that disgusting. And the Houston Texans, 26, Green Bay Packers, 7, and the Kansas City Chiefs, 19-16 over San Francisco. Seattle, they take the loss from the Las Vegas Raiders, 20-7, and the Chargers and Rams, and both in their home field there. Chargers got the victory, 13-16. And those are your preseason things that are going on, those games that took place a little bit earlier this week, as well as today and yesterday. That also being said, of course, that's the name of the show. We are all set and ready to go. We're about ready to do it. I'm going to bring the guy in here now. We haven't seen him in a while. We're going to bring in our first guy who's going to be looking at these divisions with us these next 4 weeks and throughout the season, Mr. John. Is he Jonathan? Good morning. Actually, good evening. We're in the evening. How are you doing? Good to see you, Jonathan.
Hey, how you doing, Sonny, man? Good to see you. Good to hear your voice.
Did I do good on the music? I mean, that's one of my favorites. I actually like to use that for myself. I thought it would be pretty good for you.
Love it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's, in case you didn't know, it's Rob Zombie. Just in case you didn't know.
Of course.
Yeah.
Give me more credit than that, Sonny.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, I'm lucky to know what the hell's going on. Cuervo should be joining us any moment. As I ran through the scores and anything, I look at preseason. They're just glorified scrimmages, and I really don't care. And obviously, you can take a look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the old school hat that you got going on there. They didn't start any of their starters because they're not stupid. That being said, does the preseason mean anything to you? Do you get anything personally, whether it be looking at the teams like we're about ready to do, or just get an idea of what you think can happen? Because I go back to that first preseason, the Steelers and the Dallas Cowboys, and that was god-awful to watch because I actually sat down and watched it.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really get out of preseason is young guys. How are they looking? How are they adjusting speed-wise, especially quarterbacks? It's the first time they get to see live action with these defenses. It's a whole nother level speed level between the college and the NFL game. I will say I'm always interested in the second through the fourth quarter. The first quarter is usually the starters. We kind of know who that's going to be. After that, I want to see who are the young guys they favor. What are the backup options going to be? Because unfortunately, a part of football is injuries. And I always want to see who that next guy who's going to be up is. I mean, the Bucs, like you said, everybody played on the first drive, and then we sat everybody. So Brady only played the first drive of the game. Same thing with Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette. So we got to see a lot of Giovanni Bernard in our new system. Obviously, we got to see Kyle Trask, Blaine Gabbert, Ryan Griffin at quarterback.
How about Antonio Brown? How much work did he get?
Very little. Very little. All the receivers got very little if they got in. I actually missed the first drive of the game. The big thing for us was the young guys on offense. So we saw a lot of Keyshawn Vaughn, who we're trying to see if we're going to carry for as a fourth running back or not. We got to see a lot of Tyler Johnson, our fifth-round pick last year, Jalen Darden, our fourth-round pick at receiver this year, trying to figure out tight end. This is O.J. Howard's first game since last year. And because he got hurt, he missed all of last season.
Yep.
We got to see O.J. Howard, and he looked healthy. Obviously, some rust to get off. And defensively, we got to see some young guys. And it was very nice, really, because my two roommates were watching the Saints, Ravens, 49ers, Chiefs, and the Texans, Packers. So we bounced around and had fun looking at rookies, looking at position battles. With a team like Houston, obviously it's who's going to play it all because that team's under a complete rebuild. With the Saints, it was how did the two quarterbacks look? I watched the first half of Indianapolis and Carolina today. How do those teams looking? Obviously Indianapolis has to figure out who their quarterback's going to be while Carson Wentz is out, and for Carolina, they're trying to acquire talent and build. So who are they looking forward to be contributors this year? And that's all I'm looking for in preseason. The win-loss doesn't matter to me. We'll see some weird things. It looks like teams are trying to figure out their 2-point conversion packages right now.
Yes, I noticed a lot of that. Those are going in a lot of games. I was actually surprised to see that, seeing how that new rule is kicking in, and they're going to see how it actually works. But when I see that, and I ask myself, by the way, I'm sitting here looking at my list right here of guys, bounce back players, and Howard was one of the people that are on my list here that you've got to look at because not just because the fact of the injury, but these are the guys that I wrote down here are pretty much impact players. The guys that go in and automatically make a difference for your football team. And if they are not out there or they're not at 100%, that will be really interesting to see. How did O.J. Howard look in the game when you were watching him? Has he got back up to snuff? Is he ready to go maybe come week 1, or is he going to need some more work?
I think he needs a little more work. I mean, he missed an entire year with a lower body injury. And that's something you have to get comfortable again with playing. It was nice to see that after he got hit, he bounced right back up. My major concern anytime somebody has a leg injury is how are they going to do the first time they get hit?
Yep.
Do they look scared while they're running with the ball? And he looked comfortable. And that was really nice to see. I mean, look, OJ's that make or break it time for us.
Right.
Obviously, we have Gronkowski. Who knows how much longer he's here. I mean, physically, he looked up and down last year. I'm hoping that he looks more physically prepared for this season. And I expected Gronkowski to be up and down physically last year. I mean, he decided late to join, right?
Right.
With OJ, he's coming up on it. He's looking at a second contract, and we need to see how he does. Overall, for the Bucs, I would say the big takeaway I got is they brought back every major contributor from last year's team.
And that all the starters, every single one of them re-signed, thinking exactly what was going to end up happening, what people are anticipating of a great season, maybe back into the NFC Championship game, and how obviously Super Bowl is what their goal is based upon what they did last year and things of that sort. So we get another opportunity. We'll be talking about the Panthers here fairly quickly. Matter of fact, there they are right there. We'll be talking about them when we cover the NFC as far as the South is concerned. Now, that being said, I do have a long old list of guys that are on there that guys are impact. One was Howard. We already talked about. There's another guy. We can't decide if he's if he's just having a pity party on himself. If he's pissed off at himself, is he pissed off at the team? Is there a problem? Michael Thomas is going to be a major factor on the field. But what he's making news now is what's going on off the field, things that are dissatisfying. But when you got Hill and you also have Jameis Winston, I think I understand where this guy's coming from, how he can't be very happy, especially from going from Drew Brees to these guys. But he's been known to take a couple shots at Drew Brees as well. So we're talking about a guy that seems to be, what's the word where you got two different dimensions, he seems to be a little bipolar for some reason. And this has come on for the last couple of years where we're seeing him. And then also the reason why he has to be a bounce back is because he's on this list of guys who were injured, especially on the lower leg portion of him. That's a big part of what's going to be going on with the Saints, depending on how that relationship is going.
I mean, I think Michael Thomas will enjoy playing with Jameis. All he has to do is look at the numbers Mike Evans put up and realize that Jameis is going to force feed him the ball just like Drew did 2 years ago. Michael Thomas will get a lot of touches. I mean, Mike Evans had monster seasons
He better, without jumping into it very much until we get to him, without having Michael Thomas out on the football field and being part of this team, they're going to go nowhere.
Now,
and that's too bad when you can look at the whole team and you can see one guy and you go, oh, if he's not going to be part of this team or he's not going to be bought into whatever's going to be going on, this could be a long season for the Saints.
Well, no, here's the thing with Michael Thomas you have to remember when it comes to the personality side of it. His uncle's Keyshawn Johnson.
Big surprise.
Like his uncle's Keyshawn. And as a Bucs fan, I remember Keyshawn. We know all about Keyshawn and his personality.
Yep.
So I'm not entirely surprised that Michael Thomas is showing some Keyshawn Johnson tendencies, considering that is his uncle.
You mean a diva, an NFL diva wide receiver, big surprise, right?
Oh, it's stunning. Who would have ever guessed? Who would have ever guessed? Receivers are never like that.
Never. So he's one. There's another guy. By the way, there are not a lot of guys within these two divisions where you got to worry about. Of course, you have Deshaun Watson. That's a whole nother story. I'm not even really interested in talking about that, except I do have. And one thing, you did not know because we didn't necessarily know. We're going to have, Cuervo and I are going to have what we call a mark my words for each team. Okay. So we're going to write down what we think about what's going to go on for those guys. And I got mine right here. I'm all set with mark my words for the team and see what we think. So keep that in mind when we're going to be talking going into this one, because this one's going to be a lot of fun. But as far as guys, I mean, again, take away from the fact that you have what's going on. There are not very many in this division where you got to worry about. Let's see here. Here. Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy? It was Thomas. Oh, Carson Wentz, obviously, at the quarterback position for the Indianapolis Colts. That was good. But really, the combination of the fact of not having him and then T.Y. Hilton. T.Y. Hilton is another guy that who needs to have a bounce back season, battling the injuries and stuff. And I'm sure the idea was to have Carson Wentz get the ball to T.Y. Hilton, and quite possibly could be the worst number one wide receiver in the NFL for any football team is T.Y. Hilton. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it the way I see it. I've never been impressed with T.Y. Hilton, and I'm not going to start now with him coming off injuries as him being the number one wide receiver out of Indianapolis.
I love T.Y. Obviously, he's from the state of Florida. He went.
I know that's why I knew that was coming. I felt something hit me on the back of the head when I said that.
He's from Florida International University down in Miami. I actually got to see a lot of T.Y. in college. I understand where you're coming from in that he's maybe not a number one receiver, and I'm not against that idea. I always thought T.Y. was more of a number two.
Yeah.
And to be honest, if he was in a good situation, he would have been an amazing slot receiver.
Absolutely.
But because T.Y. Hilton to me is everything that Percy Harvin was supposed to be.
Yep.
But they never let him do all of the Percy Harvin stuff.
Yep.
Because they needed him to be that number one. And yeah, T.Y.'s bouncing back from injuries. A big part of what makes T.Y. Hilton successful is his athleticism. And when he take lower body injuries, that takes a toll, especially now that he's north of 30. Like he's officially in that old man range of being a wide receiver for somebody who's based off athleticism and not just pure route running abilities and catching talent.
And that's an intangible, by the way, especially seeing that it is T.Y. Hilton. It's not because this guy's the biggest guy in the world. He's dependent on his speed. So depending on how he comes back from that injury is going to be a huge thing. Another injury within the NFC with the Carolina Panthers, obviously Christian McCaffrey. So that some bounce back players that I got a great big list of for the whole NFL, all set and ready to go. And that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. The fine co-host finally shows up.
See me.
There he is. He is the MVP, the fine co-host of this program. It is Cuervo on a Sunday afternoon. Can't see me. That's right. And we all say, good to see you, Cuervo. How you doing, my friend?
What's up, guys?
So are you all set for today? By the way, did you forget? I have to ask because you brought it up, and I don't know. Did you remember to do the Mark my words. Did you remember to do it, Cuervo, for each team? He's smiling. He forgot.
It's per division, Sonny. I think you were the one that forgot.
I wrote mine down. I got pages and pages of notes, and that's what this show's all about, and that's what we're about ready to do. We went through all the preseason games and this, finals and everything. But before I jump into that, you being the Bear fan that you are, and everybody talking about your guy, quarterback, Mr. Justin, what did you think of the performance? I know you watched it, and you didn't have to watch it live in reality, but what did you think about Fields' field presence for the Chicago Bears?
Well, I think that was the most impressive thing, Sonny. You can't really get caught up in stats and passer rating or anything like that, or the wide open touchdown that he had on that play action. I think what I liked the most about what I saw from Fields was that he felt, I don't want to say he felt comfortable. I mean, he looked confident, but it seemed like he felt pretty comfortable for his first NFL, even though it was preseason, still NFL game, and right. That's what you like in seeing a guy for the first time. Is he may not know everything, but as long as he looks comfortable and it looks like he can play the part, or he feels like he can play the part, it's just a learning process at that point. But if the guy's like looking nervous and scared to go out there and look like he doesn't want to take a hit, which Fields did take a hit on his rushing touchdown, then that's what you like to see. You like to see a guy that, is not going to be afraid to make mistakes. And I think
definitely. And one of the lines he said that it didn't look as fast. And I'm sitting here going, whoa, back up, son. This is only preseason. The speed doesn't get up to snuff until week number 5. So, you got a lot of speed to catch up to. So you're going to have to get ready for it. But take away from that, I thought it was an okay performance. You can't, guys, you just can't. And maybe it's me, and I'm horrible at saying this. You just can't expect anything from rookies. If you get something, you should thank your lucky stars that you're going to get some production out of them. And in that case up in Chicago, depending on what he does here within the next preseason, it's no great big secret, Cuervo. We know who Andy Dalton is, okay? It's not like there's any great big surprise. You know what's going to be coming your way with Andy Dalton. So there's an opportunity in reality for, Fields to make a play for that starters, as far as that's concerned, because of one reason
the Bears
in reality.
are who we thought they were.
And that right there, depending on the situation, there will be a decision that might need to be made. Are you going to go ahead and say, Andy, I know we promised this to you, but guess what? This is the NFL. That means not for long, and that includes promises.
Yeah, well, you can't knock the Bears on that, Sonny, because all teams do it. They panic, they get desperate, and what do? They throw the rookie in. So
yep.
I mean, if the Bears do it, they're not going to be the first team, and they definitely ain't going to be the last. So
definitely.
I was happy to see Dalton come out to start the game. I think that sent a message to Andy that at least for the preseason, they're committed to making Andy the number 1 guy.
So we'll have to see how that goes. We'll have to see whether or not that they will stick with their word. We'll have to see Andy. By the way, Andy Dalton didn't play horrible last night either. So, okay, he didn't play great either. Let's just not take a step back. But still, comparison, there's still got a quarterback battle that's going to be going with the Chicago Bears. So that being said, now let me explain how Cuervo already knows, but Jonathan, a newcomer starting here, what we're going to do, we're going to start off with either the NFC or AFC. I think we're going to start AFC just because. So we're going to start AFC, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go through kind of a little thing of what I think about what's going to be happening with each one of the teams, and we'll talk a little bit about what the expectations are for each team. We'll start in the AFC, and I'll start with the team I think is going to be in last place. We'll head to first according to my list, and you obviously will put in where you think that your guy will be, your guys to be in order to get there. So that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. We're going to get that started. We are going to kick it. Now, that also being said, if you have anything to say, Jonathan, obviously jump in. We will go to you a lot as well as to try to figure out what you think about it. And we're going to keep track of yours as well. And hopefully we'll get other folks that are going to be joining in the show, their predictions for this division. And we also reserve the right in the weeks to come, if an injury happens, to make a shift in that, obviously, before the beginning of the season. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to jump right into this and just get down to the brass knucks of it. AFC, let's start it off in the fourth quarter. This is not going to be a great big surprise because I know these two guys, they're not idiots, okay? They know what's going on in the AFC South. They know a football team is playing right now as far as what kind of thing that happened. Because when you look at the football team such as the Houston Texans, you look at that offseason, it might have been the worst offseason of any NFL football team in reality when you're talking about the star of your football team. And not only that, they got all kinds of things. They forget the fact that the NFL's got to do their investigation. There's a criminal investigation that's going to be coming for Deshaun Watson. And that on top of it, they are actually talking, this is actually pathetic, they're talking about trafficking charges against Deshaun Watson. So, and I'm talking about child trafficking. So I don't know the whole deal behind that. I didn't want to get into it because I don't feel like, puking up my coffee this morning. That all being said, that starts with in the final team within this division. I think it will end up there in fourth place. Cuervo, that whole situation with Deshaun Watson, they have some pretty good talent, but they have lost the talent because of their last regime, the last coach, letting all their good guys go, and now they're set really in reality with a shell of a football team that they used to be.
Well, two things before I start my spiel on Houston. First of all, Sonny, you thought last year was bad in their offseason, and you thought, well, you can't top that with one of the worst trades in recent memory, right? Handing DeAndre Hopkins away and saying, "Here you go, Arizona. There you go."
You can't see him now.
Yeah, exactly. But now this whole thing with Watson, I know it's a different dynamic of just a bad trade. This is a lot more serious than that, but. It's crazy how fast the franchise can turn around in a matter of 24 months. And that's what's happened with the Houston Texans. Number two, I'm surprised we're starting with Houston. Let me just say that.
Wow.
Because I know how hard you are on your Jacksonville Jaguars. And the fact that they're finishing not last, in your opinion, is a shocker to me. So
I am always tough on my team, okay? But the Jacksonville Jaguars, even with the new coach, even with the new personnel, even with losing some of the personnel, did not have the offseason that the Houston Texans did. And not only that, when you look at the Houston Texans, you don't see potential. I'm sorry, you look at it and you go, how the hell are they going to win one game, never mind 5 or 6, that the experts of Vegas say that it's going to happen. I just can't see it. That don't mean anything because the simple fact of the matter, it is Vegas, and Vegas is usually on top of it. But as far as Jaguars, I look at a different trend right now. So what needs to happen is that if you remember the movie Major League, and you think about what you got to do as a football team, you got to put all the stuff as far as management is concerned and Deshaun Watson to the side, and you got to play football. And that's what the Cleveland Indians did in the movie and blah, blah, blah. So here's what I'm looking at as far as Houston, and I'll shoot it over to Jonathan. This is a football team that needs to find its way, find an identity, and find it quick. It's not going to be with Deshaun Watson because guess what? I'm going to go straight to my first mark it down place right here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Hold on, I got to turn the back. I got too many damn notes. Here it is. Mark my words, for the Houston Texans. Where is it? Houston. There it is. We are not going to see Deshaun Watson play for the Houston Texans. And I'm going to say that because of the trafficking. Listen, you can say whatever you want about all the hand jobs that he got and everything else, the massages and all that crap. You can say that all day long. But when you bring in trafficking, if the Houston Texans don't make the move to try to get rid of this guy, push him out, or do whatever you can to salvage the relationship with their fan base based upon what he has brought onto it, that's going to be huge for them as far as what they're going to be, not just this year, but the years to come. They need to 86 them, and the NFL needs to get this guys on the commissioner's list immediately. I mentioned this 2 or 3 months ago, Cuervo, when this whole thing went down. This guy should have been on the commissioner's list 3 months ago. Still haven't been done. Johnathan, this is a huge drop of the ball, not just for the Houston Texans, but the NFL as well.
So,
I'm here, guys. I'm just going to go get some water.
Yep, no problem.
So one of my new roommates is the first Texans fan I've ever met in my life. He's also a diehard Texans fan. And we've been discussing all of this quite a bit. And the situation with Deshaun Watson is obviously one that is somewhat icky and is uncomfortable for a lot of people. The Houston Texans have removed Deshaun Watson from all their promotional materials. He got removed from their hype videos, from the season tickets, from the stadium, everything. At this point, the Texans would like to trade him, but they can't because you don't know if what's going to come of the investigation. So they're stuck with him, and I think they've been waiting for the NFL to put him on the exempt list. And the NFL, I think, is waiting until the regular season begins to put.
That's a horrible move, and that's a horrible move because it don't even matter. There are going to be some kind of charges. Okay, there's too much light on this. There are going to be some kind of charges, and if the NFL didn't know that, they're a bunch of idiots. You know what's coming your way. You need to make a move to try to salvage some kind of reputation, saying, "Listen, we don't condone this crap." So it's a big drop.
Yeah, I mean, from what I was told, and he seems to be pretty plugged into the whole situation. And he just moved here from Houston 2 days ago. The team knew that something was coming down the pipeline in February,
right?
With all this coming on, and the idea was Deshaun requested his trade right before he knew everything was going to be public.
Mm-hmm.
With the hope that he could be traded. But unfortunately, because of the dead cap and everything else going on, the Texans could not financially, against the cap rules, afford to trade him until after June 1st.
Yep.
Or else they'd be facing, I think it was a $57 million cap hit for this year.
Yep.
So they were kind of stuck with him up until this summer. And that was the idea of we're not trading him unless somebody pays an arm and a leg because we have to eat $50-some-odd million. Now that they can trade him and they want to trade him, they can't trade him because he's got all this other stuff going on. So it's a very sticky situation there. I mean, obviously, there's a high expectation in Tyrod Taylor taking over as quarterback this year. Which, by the way, he played very well in the preseason, just to let everybody know. Listen, Tyrod Taylor has some talent. He did what he did with Buffalo before they shipped him out, before they got their guy, and took him to the first playoffs that they ever had. Now, granted, he didn't do it in great fashion. He just did it. But he still got him there, which is something that you got to remember when you're going to go ahead and move to Tyrod Taylor. Now, is he that number one guy that you want for the next 15 years? Of course not. You just want to be able to figure out a way to get a few wins and move forward. And this is a rebuilding team. I mean, this is a team that's doing a total tear down and build back.
Right.
So you have to take into account that they're still trying to figure out their offensive line. Titus Howard, who they drafted at offensive to be their right tackle a couple of years ago, is probably get moved inside the guard. Charlie Heck, who they drafted in the third round to be offensive tackle, right now is slated to be the right tackle. So they're having to reshape this offense. I mean, at receiver, the only known quantity they have is Brandon Cooks.
Right.
They don't have a known quantity at tight end. At running back, they have a hodgepodge of guys like Mark Ingram, who nobody's certain if he's even going to make the roster. You have David Johnson. You have Philip Lindsay, who the fan base doesn't seem to be entirely enthralled about. So they're still trying to figure out what kind of pieces they're going to be able to put around their quarterback. And that it kind of forgets the fact that, the defense isn't good either. Their secondary is horrendous to the point where Vernon Hargraves III is playing, and as a Bucs fan, I can tell you, you don't want to play him. That Whitney Merciless is their number one cap hit defensively, and they don't want to play him. Eric Murray is their number 2 cap hit, and they don't want to play him. Houston is in a position where they're about to look at a full teardown and rebuild. And David Culley for anything anybody wants to say about him, he was hired with the idea that he's just going to be here for the rebuild, and then they'll hire a real coach afterwards.
Right.
So I mean, Houston's in a. Really
in other words, the guy to take the crap from everybody, he's going to get it, and he's going to get paid well in order to do it. By the way, and that also being said, sometimes you just need the guy that's going to take the ripping, and and then once they figure out what they're going to do, what direction, because this year they definitely they're closed out. They'll be lucky to get 30,000 in their fan base to sit there to watch this, because it's going to be ugly. And Cuervo, when you're looking at the Houston Texans, the turn from where they were just 2 years ago, I'm talking playoffs, I'm talking opportunity to move forward. They had the Kansas City Chiefs by the balls, and they let that one go, and then it has not been the same since. So where Houston is, where do you have Houston as far as the division is concerned? Where are they going to fit according to your list?
Yeah, so this is one of those things is where why we do not disclaimers. What's the word I'm looking for? Where we reserve the right to
change our mind.
Right, and obviously this applies to Houston based on, is Watson going to play or not? Is he going to be a Texan or not? So with that being said, name of the show, if I have Houston barely in third if Watson plays at 6-11. All right. But if Watson winds up not playing for Houston, I also have them finishing dead last at 3-14.
So in other words, the mark my word of Sonny Clark happens, you have them finishing in last. And so there we go, Jonathan. I'm gonna write yours down since you are here, and keep track of yours. Looking at the Houston Texans, breaking it down as you did. By the way, they got the worst offensive line ever. Well, probably not ever, but just god awful. And whoever's got Tyrod Taylor, they got the right quarterback because he's going to have to run for his life. So that being said, where do you got Houston as far as what you're looking at in the AFC South?
I mean, with Deshaun Watson, I have no idea. I actually haven't factored him into anything that I was thinking. There's a legitimate opportunity for Houston to go 0-17. I looked at their schedule earlier, and I saw maybe 4 50-50 games.
Right.
I think there is a legitimate chance that they could go 0-17, and I have them finishing dead last.
Are they the worst team in the NFL? Listen, we're going to be looking at some bad teams. Don't get me wrong here. But when I looked at the whole thing, these Houston Texans without Deshaun Watson are the worst team in the NFL. Am I thinking incorrectly, Jonathan, on what you see?
It's close. There may be another team in the NFC who we're not previewing this week who may be just as bad. I mean, but here's the thing.
I think I know who you're talking about, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with Houston. Lovie Smith is their defensive coordinator.
Poor guy.
That is all that needs to be said.
Poor guy. All
right. That means he's a good defense.
You would think that, but he shaved off his beard. I think because of that, he's lost his skills. He looks
like Bears Lovey now. That's great.
Well, Bears Lovey was a long time ago.
Very true.
They don't have the linebackers to run the cover two like he wants. They don't have the defensive backs to run. They don't have the defense for what Lovey wants to do. They don't have the pass rushers. They don't have the coverage backers, and they have nobody in the secondary that can even really hold the candle on that one. If you look at the Lovey's Bears defenses, you look at the Bucs defense he was a part of, there was a lot of really generational defensive talent to help out there, and it's not going to be there. I'm not going to put a dead nut number on the Texans just because I really haven't done the full play-by-play on that. I want to see how some of these teams shake out in preseason with the quarterback decisions. But I will tell you right now that if you put a gun to my head, I'd say 1-16 is more likely than them going 2-15, and 0-17 is more likely than them going 3-14.
I gave them 3 games, and those were those 50 games you were talking about there, as far as where they could end up. I mean, the Texans are, in complete, dumpster fire going on right now. So, and Tyrod Taylor might make them look better than they really are, as far as that is concerned. By the way, just to let you know, they're a guy that is there that I don't want there. I like Philip Lindsay. I think the guy's got skills. I think the guy could be a really good. I wish Denver did not get rid of him and they upped their offensive line to help him do better, because he's shown what he could do 2 years ago. And then that offensive line just started going away. So I wish he was up there in Denver, but unfortunately he went to a different team, and that team's offensive line, it might be the worst in the NFL. So I feel bad for him. He's in a real bad situation over there. So that's the Houston Texans, complete dumpster fire from beginning to end, and that shouldn't be any great big surprise as far as that is concerned. So we're basically on the same page. We'll see what happens with the actual, the Watson situation, how that's going to work out, where they're going to be, and what's how that will work. So we'll do that. So we're going to head into the next team, and guys, this one was a tough one for me, but I'm hard on my guys, okay, and I am. They're just not the big dumpster fire that Houston is, and I'm talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars. The addition of Urban Meyer, that was there. A very busy offseason because you got a new general manager in there. Then you get the free agents, Marvin Jones, Griffin, Rayshon Jenkins, these guys that they brought on top of the number 1 draft pick. What's going to end up happening with them is huge. We saw Trevor Lawrence not really play great, but not really play bad either in the preseason. They had the atypical rookie things that you should expect from a quarterback under center, even in a preseason game. So that being said, the team that probably made the most offseason noise because of the number 1 pick and some of the moves, when I take a look at this whole thing, as far as the team is concerned, new coach, new quarterback, just a lot of news, too many news that I am not, because I don't care what anybody says. When you bring a coach up from college, okay, and bring him into the NFL, you always get a welcome to the NFL with rookie coaches. And I don't think it's going to be any different here in reality. I mean, you can break down everything on there, which I have, and I will be talking about that. But, the Jacksonville Jaguars still got a lot of work to do. And then what they do from here on as far as building around Trevor Lawrence, what they're going to do with their offensive line, and that's going to be a huge thing. Or in that matter, I interestingly enough, when I was out looking for things to talk about, whether we were going to jump online and start right away, I ran across this, guys, and this was an interesting thing that we saw from, Colin Cowherd says that Gardner Minshew is Baker Mayfield. Okay, now, before we even get in, I don't want to talk about Baker Mayfield, but we all know what he did last year, okay, and but over the career, this is what you're getting. But what I think Colin Cowherd missed was last year. Okay, last year, Baker Mayfield was not the worst NFL quarterback, and he may have well been maybe top 15. And if you got that out of Baker Mayfield and you think Gardner Minshew is that guy, why wouldn't Gardner Minshew start for the Jacksonville Jaguars? I'm just not buying the fact that Gardner Minshew is Baker Mayfield. I think that's giving him just a little bit too much credit. You've seen him down there, Jonathan, and I never thought Gardner Minshew was a good enough quarterback if you were going to sustain a lot of wins in order to make it to the playoffs. That being said, of course, that's the name of this show. Jonathan, when you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, some of the things that will be written around all over media, what do you think about the Jacksonville Jaguars' chances with the whole new system, whole new franchise in reality?
Well, Colin Cowherd hates Baker Mayfield, so I don't take anything he says into consideration.
Yeah, and he loves LeBron James. In fact, he's living in his closet. So yeah. Here's the thing with Jacksonville. They have a lot of talent at receiver and running back. They're solid at the interior of their offensive line. They're horrible at offensive tackle. They have no tight ends.
Gardner Minshew's a fine quarterback. I think he's one of those guys that's a really awesome backup, but he's a low-end starter. Like if you're a rebuilding team, it's like Ryan Fitzpatrick. You're going to have fun with him, but he's not going to take you places.
Right.
Now, you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars defense, and, oh, boy. I mean, they've done a great job of dismantling what was once a really good defense. Outside of, Miles Jack, it's really tough.
They're all flying away.
I mean, it's tough. Now, here's the thing. I'll even use your term here. Mark my words.
Oh, here it is. Hold on. I got to switch the page. Go ahead.
Before December, Urban Meyer will lose more games as the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach than he lost in his entirety at Ohio State.
Wow.
Urban Meyer lost 9 games at Ohio State. And I will double down even further on this one. Urban Meyer lost 12 conference games at Florida.
Okay.
He's going to lose the same, if not more, this year in Jacksonville.
Wow.
And we will see Urban Meyer having losing record as a head coach for the first time in his life. And I cannot wait to see how he responds to that. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to lose more games this season as a starting quarterback than he has lost his entire high school and college career, which is less than 10. So I am really interested to see how Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence respond to getting kicked in the teeth week in and week out, because they will be losing at levels that they've never lost at before.
Yep.
And it will be extremely interesting to see how they handle this adversity.
Cuervo, before we move further, I did not get a mark my word for the Houston Texans from you. Do you have a mark my word for the Texans so I could write it down?
Don't say it's just one for the whole division. I did one for the division.
Okay. All right.
That's what we had said we were going to do.
I thought we were doing one for each team. So
that's a lot. We even said that was too much.
Oh, okay. Well, I worked a little bit harder then. So that being said, then back to the Jaguars. When you look at the Jaguars, Cuervo, what are you looking at? Because Jonathan made some valid points, especially regarding where they were as far as offensive line and defensive line. Listen to this. Jacksonville Jaguar has probably got the 30th worst offensive line in the NFL. Okay. They probably got the 27th worst, the 27th, wrong page. I was still right about the offensive line. The other positions, hold on. I've got to switch it, move it over here. Here it is. Jacksonville, the 24th worst wide receivers in the NFL, probably, as far as that tandem is concerned. And then when, like you said, no tight ends, but the hype of Tebow, and he makes one good block, and he could have caught a ball when he was wide open, but yet there was another one wide open in the same spot. Something got messed up on that play. You don't see two guys in the same place in that one, but listen, I'm not saying Tim Tebow is going to be a great tight end. What I'm saying is he's going to bring the hype machine. Regardless of what ends up happening, there will be a positive hype about Tim Tebow because he's Tim Tebow. That also being said, their running backs are not the worst. I got them ranked at about 16th in the NFL as far as the wide receivers, and the quarterback, I got them at around 24. So, and that's a combination of who they got, Gardner Minshew, and as well as the rook. So when you're looking at the Jaguars, Cuervo, what are you looking at, and what do you think about where they are? Because I got them finishing third within the division. You don't have to say where you think they're going to end up yet, but what do you look at when you look at the Jaguars?
Well, I mean, I see Jacksonville as a team that, that they obviously getting Lawrence number one, but beyond that, I think they had some nice picks with the running back from Clemson, Etienne. I don't remember how to pronounce his last name, but I thought that was a good addition.
That was his playing mate, wasn't it?
They were together at Clemson.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's familiarity there. And I think that your guy Marvin Jones, and I know you're excited about that one.
I am.
Bringing him onto the team. So I think that things are slowly, very slowly coming together for the Jags. You know, I mean, obviously no playoffs or anything like that this year, but hey, I mean, I don't think any of us agree that they're going to be the worst team in the division either.
Yeah, well, exactly, and especially if we don't have a Deshaun Watson, then that's the only reason why you would flip them. I just don't think it's going to happen as far as Deshaun Watson. But looking at Jacksonville, where they will be next year, there won't be in playoff contention next year either. So this is the time. If you're going to listen, you're going to live on hype, whether it's with Urban Meyer, whether it be with Trevor Lawrence, or for that matters, Tim Tebow. You know, putting asses in seats. So Tim Tebow is an ass in seats guy. He isn't a guy that's going to play, and he will be playing in week number 1 of the NFL. I'm sorry, he will be. He will be the start. He will be a starter at the tight end position. And if they're on the road, I forget the schedule, but if their first home game, Tim Tebow will be in the starting lineup at home, whoever they're playing week number 1. So you got a lot of hype. And then now is it week 2, Jonathan? Is that when they're week 2? So week number 2, you'll see Tim Tebow start. And if he has a really good game week number 1, watch out. You might not see him not in the lineup until about week number 6. Because on my Jacksonville Jaguars, and when I did the mark my words for all of the team, as far as the Jaguars, I got Tebow will start the first home game. And if he has a great first couple of games, we won't hear about getting rid of him until about week 6 or 7. But here's the Jaguars' problem. Their offense is bad enough, right? Their defense is a lot worse. Their defense, you know, when I was looking at the numbers and I was looking at the rankings, let me move over to the AFC. As far as here it is, Jaguars. They've got the 30th worst defensive line in the league. I got them at the 27th as far as the secondary is concerned. But here's where they get a little bit better. Their linebackers are pretty damn good within there, and their cornerbacks are not completely horrible. I got them around 19-20 in that ranking. So what the Jaguars need to do is they need to move their defense up and get within the top 15. Because what do they always say? Games are won by defense. If your offense can trip through a game, you might figure a way around squeaking out a win and moving in and getting a good opportunity to look at your season and go for next year. Wow, maybe what can they do? What they got to do is they are going to have to figure out what they'll. But by the way, in the next few weeks, we'll see some releases on the defensive side of the ball throughout the NFL, and the Jaguars need to have their eyes open because there will be some good ones that will go better than what they've got in their lineup right now. So they need to keep their eyes out for that.
I mean, we'll know in week 1.
Yeah,
Jacksonville plays at Houston week 1.
Oh, good. I didn't know that.
We're going to learn a lot in that game right there. I mean, look, combined, their Vegas over-under win totals is 11 games. Those two teams. Wow. I guarantee you that those two teams combined will not win 11 games.
Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if they ended in a tie? That would just be the cat's meow of holy shit. But it is what it is. I got them in 3rd place, so I'll shoot over to Jonathan. What do you think about them? Where you got them as far as the ranking are concerned?
I have them in 3rd. Their schedule's obviously a little bit easier, considering they finished dead last year. They get Houston twice. They get Denver at home. They go to Cincinnati. So early in the year, they have a chance to pick up some wins. They also host Atlanta. They're going to get to play Carolina. There are chances for them to pick up some wins here.
Yep.
But that being said, I still think they're going to be horrific. I have them finishing 3rd just based off of I don't think they have a chance to go 0-17. And
I gave them a lot of credit. I gave them 5 wins, so that tells you how much I think Houston's going to end up with. Cuervo, you obviously have them in last place, but based up on the Deshaun Watson factor. That being said, is that about right? Anything else as far as Jaguars are concerned? Do you see them maybe getting an opportunity to move up within this division? Because, listen, this is not the best division of football because they're decimated with injuries within this division.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got them in 3rd right now. Obviously, I think I'm under the assumption, too, that Watson will not wind up playing, especially now with this trafficking stuff that's coming out, and it involves children. We don't need to go down that road right now.
Absolutely.
But, that's going to get ugly before it gets it's going to get worse before it gets better. We just put it that way. But yeah. So I mean, I think I'm under the assumption too that we don't see Watson this year. Jacksonville finished third. I gave them 5 wins as well, so 5-12. But here's my bonus, guys. You ready?
The bonus. Yep. Got the pen.
There we go. Mark my words.
Okay, mark my words. Go ahead.
Statistically, all right, I got to make sure I make this clear. Statistically, I'm probably going to get the craziest look from Jonathan I've ever got. Statistically, Trevor Lawrence will be the best quarterback in this division. Yep, I said it. Yeah. He's going to have the best numbers. You watch.
QB and the AFC.
What you guys just talked about. He's got a good wide receiver and running back core that's going to help support him. And I think that's what's going to help him put up big numbers.
The only problem is I think they need to be great, not good, in order for that prediction to come out. But I marked it down for today. Go ahead, Jonathan.
You have to be able to block pass rushers for him to throw the football.
Good point.
I just kind of – now I understand the whole idea of he's going to be in garbage time a lot. So he's going to have a lot of opportunities to pad stats. But –
You mean like Frank Gore? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I need you to stop insulting Frank Gore. But why do you make me defend a Miami Hurricane? That's just rude. But I mean, look, at the same time, I understand what you're saying. Tyrod Taylor's not going to outpace Lawrence just based off what we think. Ryan Tannehill's in a run system, and Carson Wentz is hurt, right? So I get the whole idea, all right, and it's kind of sneaky, and I like your thinking. I also think Trevor Lawrence might be in for a very long season.
It could be a very long season for Trevor Lawrence, and he may get to come to Jesus like Peyton Manning did, and maybe he ends up being maybe 3/4 as good as Peyton Manning. I'm never going to give him that. Up on top of that, maybe he can get 3/4. Sometimes in good ass kicking is what you need in order to be real good. Just ask Troy Aikman, just ask Peyton Manning. Those are two of the top that I think about immediately for ass kickings as a rookie. If you're going to turn your season around, it will be in the sophomore year. After the major ass kicking. So it should be really interesting to see where Jacksonville is. Could they end up in there? I don't know. We got somebody here. I don't know if anybody knows Cade. Does it well, interestingly enough, when he puts it in, when he writes it this way, does he need to be better than the Titans quarterback? Not necessarily, because think about this, because then we'll go ahead and move to the team I think will be in the second place. That would be the Tennessee I'm sorry. Let me back this one up. As far as the team that's going to go in there in the second place within the division, when you got a quarterback problem right now. I mean, the guy that you expected to go in and at least start. Now, granted, I don't know what they really expected when they were going to bring in Carson Wentz to be the savior of the Colts, but they look back up on having Phillip Rivers and they were in the playoffs, okay? Listen, Phillip Rivers is a great quarterback, okay? But the problem is he never got the job done. Carson Wentz, we haven't seen him get the job done either. But so they're like on the same wavelength in reality, except for the fact that we've seen a lot of Rivers more so than we've seen Carson Wentz. Now we don't have Carson Wentz. Now we got the young cat coming out of I forget where it is. But we got a quarterback set and ready to go. As far as, where will they be at the quarterback position? They got some young cat out there they're talking very highly of in reality. So Cuervo, looking at Indianapolis, losing the quarterback as far as what they expected in reality to maybe be, I don't know if they expected him to be the savior, but they expected him to start. They expected him to win because of what? Obviously, they saw a defense that was pretty good last year. First time we were talking about the Indianapolis Colts defense ever in a positive way. This is the year that I look at the Indianapolis Colts defensively and say, now put up or shut up, okay? You had a good season. Okay, now you got to do it again. And you realize, and someone told this to me, by the way, I didn't think of it, but they played the worst schedule ever, and that defense obviously came to play and had a really good season. And so we were talking about how good the defense is. So that being said, can they repeat that? I think it was definitely a mirage, because they're going to get. I looked at the schedule. They might get the tar beat out of them in reality. So Cuervo, looking at the Indianapolis Colts, what do you see going into this season?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously a lot of it falls on, how soon Carson Wentz can come back. Because didn't he actually get the surgery? I want to say he actually got the foot surgery.
And reports are is that some good reports. That means so the hype machine says he should be ready by week number 1. Don't expect the hype machine. I don't think we see him week number 1. And they'd be stupid to do week number 1 in reality. Let them lose maybe 1 or 2 games before they bring him back, and make sure they bring him back smartly, more so than, desperate at week number 1, which they shouldn't be in reality.
Yeah, that's a quick turnaround for a surgery, guys. I mean, I don't care what kind of, unless it's like, having surgery on your tooth. I mean, you're not – coming back from a foot surgery, I don't think you should do it that fast. But we'll see what the Colts decide to do. And like I said, a lot of it's going to depend on when he comes back, and that's why I think the Colts wind up taking a hit as far as how many wins they get this season. But the other quarterbacks that are in Indianapolis is Jacob Eason and Sam Ellinger. I think that's how you say his name, but. Those are the guys that played for the Colts today in the game that they just finished against Carolina. But that they're most likely. I mean, Jonathan, correct me, but they're probably going to wind up starting Eason if Wentz is not ready to go. That's what I foresee happening, and I think that that's where we're at as far as that. Shout out to the old lady right there. She loves Tebow too. She thinks he should still be in Denver, but
I think you should be too.
I think a lot of people believe that, but
I don't know.
So but again, the Colts. It's just going to all depend on Wentz's return. Until then, they're going to have to tough it out with Eason. And as far as the defense is concerned, it's like you said, they benefited a lot from that terrible schedule that they played last year, and they just kind of feasted on bad offenses. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens this year with the Colts defense. They just re-signed Darius Leonard, so you got a guy happy at linebacker.
And by the way, Cuervo, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. What happened with that guy? This right here. He got so he got his money, so you're gonna make him happy. Also, just to throw this out, Cuervo, and Jonathan will jump in here. There's a backstory to the Eason deal. He's had some family tragedy. A friend of mine seems to think that he's gonna bounce off that and use that as motivation. Well, I will tell you, I've seen in the NFL where bad things happen to people, and that should have been motivation. And I'll just go to Brian Urlacher when he lost his mother. He had a horrible football game the next week. So he played really bad for 3 weeks. So it's 6 1/2 dozen of the other regarding that opinion about adversity, how adversity will step into it. And Jonathan, you're now stepping into the feet of the guy that they really brought in to be the starter. There has to be a mental change I think his name is Eason. He needs to definitely have a mental change and go to, now I am the starter for the Indianapolis Colts, and I'm expected to take this team to the playoffs.
Oh, Cuervo, you should remember Jacob Eason. He's the one who threw that touchdown pass that led to the Josh Dobbs Hail Mary. So, Jacob Eason's shining moment in college is this great touchdown pass that led to Josh Dobbs throwing a Hail Mary for the win. So,
I remember that.
I like Jacob Eason college when he was at Georgia. Unfortunately, he got Wally pipped due to injury. Jake Fromm came in and stole his job.
Hey, if you watch Coach, you know who Wally Pipp is, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, so.
I mean, look, the thing with Jacob is that he's got the tools. It all just hasn't really come together since he got hurt his sophomore year of college. He's going to be given a shot here. Obviously, Sam Ellinger's the backup. Sam Ellinger's not a passer. He is a strictly power running. He is Tim Tebow part 2 as far as the way that they act. And so Jacob Eason's going to get the run here. I honestly think Wentz isn't going to play for the first month of the season.
I agree.
And what people don't seem to have forgotten is that Quentin Nelson, who is the all-pro guard for the Colts, also got brain surgery.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be out the same amount of time. So the Colts could struggle out the gate here, which is why having them finish second makes perfect sense. I mean, there's a lot of talent here, though. You still have Jonathan Taylor, and you have Naheem Hines. You have T.Y. Hilton coming back from injury. You have Michael Pittman Jr. You still have some interesting talent at tight end and Jack Doyle and Mo Alley Cox. So it should be a kind of an easy transition. Now, obviously, not having Quentin Nelson hurts, but they went and got Eric Fisher. They have Braden Smith. So they have bookend tackles. They have a good center in Ryan Kelly. So you've got some really good pieces on the offensive line here. Defensively, they're talented. I think linebacking core outside of Darius Leonard, it is a massive question mark. And that could be a huge problem for them. But the Chiefs made the Super Bowl last year, and they did so with no linebackers.
Zero linebackers.
So that's the catch-22 here. Defensive line-wise, they're still good. DeForest Buckner's still awesome. Kwity Paye is going to come in and be an impact player for them off the edge. And then you look at the secondary. They're solid at safety. And Xavier Rhodes had a massive bounce-back year for them at corner. It's trying to figure out that other corner spot, which T.J. Carey may come in and take that. Kenny Moore looked really good in the nickel. So I think the defense is still going to be good. Obviously, there's a little bit of attrition here. And offensively, it's going to be, let's take our time. Let's slow play this. Let's not take too many chances here. So when Carson comes back, he can get after. But here's the thing with Carson Wentz. He has not looked consistently good since he tore his ACL. And that was a couple years ago now. What was the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl? He tears his ACL against the Rams late in the season, and his accuracy has not returned. He has had a horrible time trying to connect on deep balls, and this is a receiving core that relies on getting downfield. So even if Carson's healthy, I think they could have some problems offensively, and I think the Colts could have some real struggles because of it.
Think about this also. As far as the Colts are concerned, there's a quarterback that's in third in the rotation in Miami that used to be the starter for this football team. I'm talking about Jacoby Brissett. Listen, I don't think that Jacoby Brissett is a good quarterback. Let's just get that on the record here. Okay, but Jacoby Brissett is a better solution in reality. They need to be on the phone. They need to get that guy back. That guy knows that offense. That guy knows what's going on. Not only that, he did win some games for Indianapolis, surprisingly enough, as far as where that is. So that is my actual, mark my words, the Indianapolis Colts will end up with Jacoby Brissett before week number 1. And if they don't, this is a big mistake. Never mind some of the other, there are many other quarterbacks this team could go after. When we were talking about this last week, Cuervo, I forgot about Jacoby Brissett because he's like third on the depth chart in Miami, for God's sake. That might be a reason to reach out to Miami and say, what do you want for him? They could give him a 6th, 7th round picker and they can end up with him back on the football team. At least, based upon what I think I know. And Jonathan's shaking his head no, so I must be crazy.
Miami won't trade him.
He might not, but I'm just saying they should reach out and find out what's going on.
Miami doesn't have another backup quarterback.
Oh, so he's number 2 on the depth chart.
He's number 2. Number 3 is a rookie named, or is he rookie or second year? It's a second year named Reed Sinnott.
I thought he was actually second. I saw him on a depth chart. Now, granted, it wasn't an official one. I saw him as number 2 on the depth chart with Brissett behind him, and I don't know if that was probably for a preseason game. Is probably what I saw. So that being said, Cuervo, looking at this division of football, not a great division of football. Obviously, as far as the mark my word, I don't know if you have any of that, but the Colts, do you think this team can win 6 or 7 games without Carson Wentz?
That's going to be tough, Sonny.
I think
no,
so too.
I don't know that they may. Well, you can't break even anymore, but I think they're going to get as close as you can to being at a 500 team without Carson Wentz, just because I think the defense will, do most of the work. And I think that'll probably be the case for most of the year anyways. But it could be the difference between winning and losing some games. So, that one actually didn't factor in, except, I think I'd put when I did factor their record in, it was kind of like I don't expect to see Wentz in the month of September. But then after that, I do expect to see Carson Wentz, and that's why I have him where I do as far as finishing second. But I think the other reason I have him in second as well, because even if Carson Wentz doesn't play, Jacksonville or Houston, they're so far behind, Indianapolis anyways, that I just think it's almost by default that the Colts will finish second regardless. So,
just like they were winning the division years ago by default because of who they had at the quarterback position in Peyton Manning. So I get what you're talking about as far as that is concerned. By the way, I'm going to go to the screen because I do have a question. I put out earlier questions about what they wanted to talk to the panel. Here's the one for the Indianapolis Colts that I did get. And let me get the comments out of the way so we can read it really quick. There it is. Does the Colts season live or die based up on Carson Wentz availability and overall play? And so I'll shoot that one over to Jonathan, who's shaking his head big time. In reality, he says yes, it's definitely that. As far as that's concerned, what do you think?
I mean, look, you need a quarterback, right? And the idea is you went and you paid up to get Carson Wentz with the idea
big money too.
You're reuniting him with Frank Reich. And the reason you want to reunite him with Frank Reich is because Carson Wentz is what should have been an MVP year. Before he got hurt, he looked amazing. So you think Frank Reich can fix him. Now, you wonder if it's been too long. And can you fix somebody this far down the road? And that's a very interesting idea. And I saw Cade's comment about how the Eagles receivers were old and hurt and everything last year. That's true. Last year. But what about the year before?
Exactly.
What about the year before? Like, this is not a one-year problem with Carson Wentz. This is a multi-year problem. He's been injured. He can't connect on the deep ball. He still hasn't successfully figured out the check down. Like, this is a very unsuccessful idea that the Colts are having.
Yes.
But I trust Frank Reich to an extent. I think he knows what he's doing.
I do too. In fact, I think he's probably one of the most underrated head coaches. He does do a couple of dingling things, taking that extra chances. But then again, all of them do. But the timing on some of the things that he did was probably ill-advised. But sometimes you need to see that. And your players need to see that as well, because the players can get behind a guy that will make that kind of move, and they'll love to play for the guy. And that's exactly what I think that they get with Frank Reich. Frank Reich is a very underrated guy at the head coaching position. He does not need to make those mistakes, though, but that keeps the Indianapolis Colts flying under the radar. So if they do get the quarterback that they want, and the next 4 or 5 years, depending on Carson Wentz, depending on how he gets back from that, or who they acquire if Carson Wentz can't get it to go, and for the next 4 or 5 years will be the big difference for the Indianapolis Colts in reality. So, but I don't know, Cuervo. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ask you, where do you have them in reality? Do you have them right there at the top of the division, or do you have them there at second?
No, I got him finishing second as well. I put him down for 11 wins. Again, that's assuming that Wentz is back after a couple of games. He misses 2, maybe 3 games, something like that. I was looking at the Colts schedule, though, guys, and I'm telling you, it's kind of like what Jonathan alluded to. That those first 4 or 5 games, oh boy, that's going to be tough.
They're brutal. They're brutal. And,
So-
but that middle of the season for them, that's where they get the opportunity to sneak some wins for some of the games that maybe they lost that they maybe should have won. So they get some makeup games in the middle because they're going to drop a game or two depending on the Carson Wentz situation that they probably shouldn't if they had Carson Wentz within there as well. So they get an opportunity to get some of those back on some of the teams that are really close, especially within the division, whether it's going to be Jacksonville or Houston. They get those guys twice, so they'll have an opportunity to get within there. So that could be pretty good for them. So, Jonathan, you got them in second place as well as far as Indianapolis is concerned.
Yeah, I mean they're more talented than Houston and Jacksonville, and even if they do start rough, which I anticipate, they'll be able to pad stack. When they get to they get a stretch where they have Houston at home, at San Fran, home against Tennessee, home against the Jets, home against the Jags. They'll be able to start stacking up wins and fighting to get back to 500, and that's something I don't think that Houston or Jacksonville are ever going to have the opportunity for this year.
So that takes us to the team that all three of us think are going to win this division, that, of course, being the Tennessee Titans. And listen, the Tennessee Titans, the offseason losses, in reality, I think are huge for this football team. And what I think needs to happen is the coaching that is there. They better figure out what's going to end up happening for this football team. Corey Davis, gone. Smith, gone. These guys were a big part of what they were going to be doing. So that means the front office, in reality, they were able to take a look, get that blockbuster deal, bring in the guy Julio Jones, and be the guy that's going to be who they're going to be. So they got the identity. You also have a Ryan Tannehill, okay? Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you want to talk about turnaround player of ever? It could be Ryan Tannehill, because Ryan Tannehill is not a good quarterback if you think about what he did in Miami, okay? All right, that's just facts, and you can say whatever you want about him, but in reality, when you take a look at Ryan Tannehill, he could become the first quarterback in NFL history to have a passer rating of 106.5 or higher in 3 straight seasons. Guys, that's incredible, by the way. Just because if you look at the numbers who actually were doing it, you're talking Joe Montana. You're talking about, Steve Young. You're talking about guys that were doing this on a consistent level, maybe having an off season, but then bouncing right back to doing it. But when you look at Ryan Tannehill and what he has done for him, guys, look at this. I mean, look at the numbers. As they always say, guys, the numbers don't lie. So you got a 67% pass completion, good enough for 8th within the NFL. First within pass attempts at 8.5. Touchdowns 3rd. Wait. Who is this? This is Ryan Tannehill. Who the hell is this guy? Touchdowns to interception, 55-12. Best for 5th within the league. Passer rating of 111.3. 3rd. Offensive touchdowns with 66. 3rd. I mean, this guy's just like getting ready to walk into, the Hall of Fame with these kind of numbers. This is ridiculous. So, I mean, then you add up on the fact you got Julio Jones. Then you got the rest running back in the NFL in Henry. I mean, obviously, this team's not just going to win this division, guys. They are going to blow everybody else in this division away because of that injury that happened to Carson Wentz. Now, it will be. They're going to win this division at least by 4 games. It's going to be bigger in reality without Carson Wentz. At least that's what I was looking at the rankings of some of these guys and where they are. Where this team has a problem, I'm not necessarily. It's obviously on the defensive side, but when your offense is that good, just ask your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Okay, when your offense is that damn good, although the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense is probably the best within there. But years before, take away from that, You're talking. I mean, I don't see how the Tennessee Titans obviously don't lock this division, but I also don't see how they don't go further within the playoffs as well. This is not a team I think that is built to lose within the first round or maybe even the second. So I think you could see Tennessee in the third round of the playoffs. In reality, they are that good. They got the opportunity. The question is can they keep Ryan Tannehill's mental capacity to where, listen, let's say you don't get the 160, doesn't do that, but keep him up there and make him a viable top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and they should go far. And Johnathan he is itching at that beard. What do you look at when you look at Tennessee this year, there, Johnathan?
All right, so that graphic that you showed is really cool and all, but the disclaimer on it is with Arthur Smith as offensive coordinator. You know who's not the offensive coordinator anymore? Arthur Smith. He's now the head coach in Atlanta. So now Todd Downing is the offensive coordinator at Tennessee. This is his first shot at being an offensive coordinator. He's been the Titans' tight end coach the last couple of years. His only other offensive coordinator experience was as the Raiders' offensive coordinator in 2017.
And then you have to ask yourself the question going into the season after you lost your guy, why you went to this route instead of many other coaches that would be available that have a better track record as an offensive coordinator in order for you to take Ryan Tannehill and continue with what he is doing. That's a good point.
It's continuity. That's the whole reason that you promote the guy is continuity. And here's the thing. Tannehill's not a bad quarterback. The offense is built perfectly for him. It's play action based. You're giving Derrick Henry 300 plus carries. All right, you are force feeding the ball. Defenses know it. They're gunning for it. So Tannehill gets to utilize play action, the misdirections, all of it, and he gets more time to make plays than the average quarterback does in this league. Now, here's the thing: you lost Corey Davis, who looks like a very good young option. You're playing with Julio Jones, older but still a stud. Like, no doubt about that. Julio Jones is still a rock star. The only thing on him is sometimes he can get hurt, which happens to everybody. Oh, my goodness. I look at this team. You're really good at receiver with Julio Jones and A.J. Brown. If one of them gets hurt, you're in trouble. You don't know what you're doing at tight end. You have Derrick Henry, but you really don't have a backup for him. So if he gets hurt, the offense is in loads of trouble.
Right.
Offensive line looks pretty good, except like the tackles are kind of iffy right now, to be honest. Taylor Lewan has graded average, above average at left tackle, and Ty Sambrailo is the same way. They're really strong in the interior, but their tackles really need to step up and provide a protection for Tannehill if he's going to throw a little more this year, which I don't anticipate. Todd Downing doesn't anticipate. He's already said he plans on force-feeding Derrick Henry again this year. Defensively, they're solid. Like, the problem with Tennessee is they don't have a lot of depth. They are a face value team. So if they get hit with the injury bug, they're in a lot of trouble. The secondary should be good, not great. The linebacking core should be good, not great. Their defensive line should be good, not great. So if they get hurt anywhere, it's big trouble, and it's hurt to certain guys. If Derrick Henry goes down, this offense completely changes. If Jeffrey Simmons goes down, that defensive line takes a massive step down. So like they really need to keep staying healthy, and that their schemes need to be intact and tight, because if anybody gets out of position, you can have some serious issues with this ball club.
I agree with everything that you said, especially on the offensive side of the ball for the Indianapolis Colts. And their defense, you're absolutely right. Their starters are automatic. I'm just like, you look at them and you go, geez, these guys are stacked. But you're right. One injury, that changes the whole dynamic of the football team, especially forget about offensively. Defensively is where you're going to give up the points, and that's, I think, the more important. If you lose Henry, they're going to be out there looking for a guy to try to replace him, because obviously who they got as a backup is not going to be able to do the job, which pisses me off, but that's just the way the NFL works. But that being said, Cuervo, looking at the Tennessee Titans, this is a good football team. This is a good football team that should make the playoffs, no problem. They should have some success. Based up on the injuries, the way he's talking about, if you don't have the backup, that's where you're going to be a problem. We all know that one of these guys are going to go down, and how it affects that football team and where it takes them. What do you look at when you look at the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah, you know what, Sonny? I mean, it looks good on paper, but that's why I don't really see a whole lot of improvement from Tennessee record-wise, because I don't want to say Julio Jones is a wash as far as, adding him to the Titans. It's an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we just mentioned it. How durable is he going to be? It just seems like every year the injuries are stacking up for Julio, or they're getting longer.
Yes.
So he's out more
time
games
missing.
as it goes on. And maybe that's just the way I see it. I don't know that to be a fact. I'd have to look it up. But that's what it feels like to me. Like every year he's missing more and more games. So
and they get one more game for him to miss this year, so it's it's now 17 games. But
exactly.
Like their schedule is a nightmare.
Oh God, yes.
That is the biggest concern with them, is their schedule is extremely daunting. You open with Arizona, then you go to Seattle. You're going to have the Chiefs, you have the Rams, you have the Saints. This is just a very daunting schedule for the Titans to look at, and they're going to need to find a way to keep it balanced.
Well, I think I know how they do it, Cuervo, and maybe you might take a look at the board here. You got the duo, one of the best duos within there for the last 2 seasons, that being Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown. Okay, so now you add Julio Jones to the mix. In reality, those numbers will probably get shared in reality, but what a great number 2 to have in reality when you look at A.J. Brown, because he comes from being the number 1 guy to a step up number 2 wide receiver. Not just a number 2 receiver, but a step up depending on who's going to get the doubles. I expect it to come from Brown for the reasons why Cuervo said, because of injuries. Has he slowed down? I think that's where they're going to take, and I think defenses are going to look at Julio Jones and say, "You beat us." Never mind the fact that you have Derrick Henry going to be running all over him all day long. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to be able to stop. They're going to be able to stop Julio Jones, at least in my opinion, because of what you said, Cuervo. So I think Davis has an opportunity to be that step-up number 2, and a guy that and this is the mark my words here, by the way. I think he's going to end up in the top 5 within receiving for the Tennessee in the NFL for the Tennessee Titans. I think that could be a huge move, and it could be a big boost for his career. And then you're going to have to figure out, are you going to pay him or are you going to let him go? And that's going to be a big offseason decision for them as well.
Yeah, here's another thing. I think A.J. Brown's going to be very motivated to play this year, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but if you kind of just hear me out for a second. Okay. So when Tennessee traded for Julio Jones, I think it was one of those things where A.J. had a lot of respect for Julio and had a lot of respect for his game, so much in the fact that he was willing to give up his number 11. Julio said, "Nope. You rock the number 11. You got the talent." And I think that meant a lot to A.J. Brown. And I think now he wants to prove that he is a guy that can carry that number with pride and all those things. And now on top of that, the fact that he's his teammate. So I think that's going to really motivate A.J. Brown to have a great season, and he's going to pick up the slack, or carry that weight if Julio does wind up going down again. Now, all that being said, one thing I don't think we really mentioned, guys, is that for this Tennessee offense, I think a blow to that offense is losing this tight end Jonnu Smith, losing him to New England. That's something we haven't really talked about. I
think it's a wash, though. I don't. Let's not to insult your theory or anything, but it's the tight end. When you got a wide receiver, when you got a running back, you can just find a guy who's adequate that might be able to step up and do what they do. Because as far as when I'm looking at the numbers on the AFC side, as far as offense is concerned, I have the tight ends for the Titans. There we go, Titans. Tennessee, I have them at 20. I got them, not the best in the world based on going into the season because of the loss. But all you need is one guy to pick up about 2 or 3 extra receptions a game, and then they can move that number up. Go ahead, Jonathan.
The problem with Jonnu Smith is that he flashed. he never was consistent with Tennessee. Even last year, if you look at the Titans, they rotated between Geoff Swain, Jonnu Smith, and Anthony Ferkser. And obviously, they bring 2 of those 3 back. I don't think losing Jonnu is as big as people are anticipating, just because they had already planned life without him. It wasn't until last year that he really showed up at all. And again, there was a lack of consistency. Not that he's not a good tight end. He's been somebody that I've been looking at for a couple of years, being like, will you please take the next step? I'm tired of drafting you in fantasy and you're doing nothing. Please take the next step. But I haven't seen it, and he's going to go to New England to be the number 2 tight end, and that that should really tell you everything about the whole situation there. It's a very funky. I think Anthony Ferkser and Geoff Swain will do just fine, which is odd considering they are usually a 21 personnel team. They will utilize the tight end an awful lot in their formations, and yet you don't see them utilize the tight end a lot in the passing game. They're really more for blocking and leaks on in the red zone. I mean, this is going to be a Julio Jones, A.J. Brown show. And the whole thing here, Tennessee will win 12-plus games, guaranteed, lock it in, if Julio Jones, A.J. Brown, and Derrick Henry combine for at least 60 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's the magic number with the 3 of them, is 60 touchdowns.
And here's the thing, the offense, you can, like you said, looking at those wide receivers as far as where they are, you're talking about the 5th best wide receiver core, I think, in the league. So, but that's all if Ryan Tannehill, with the new regime at the offensive coordinator, can deliver the ball. So it's really different. That number 5 could easily go to number 12 in the wide receivers if you don't have the actual guy that can help them on the offensive side of the ball. Go ahead, Cuervo.
Top 3. Hands down, top 3.
You have them number 3. I have them number 5.
Well, not number 3 exactly, but they are top 3.
Well, the Bucs are number 1, so it's. I mean,
Bucs are 1 or 2. Yes.
Okay.
They are.
And by the way, did I say 60 or 50?
You said 60.
I meant 50. 60 is an obscene number.
Well,
I'm like, that's 20 apiece. Holy cow.
I was thinking that, but listen, sometimes I miss things and I thought, well, hell, maybe I am missing something, but
that's my bad. 60 is obscene. 50. Between Derek and the running and passing game, I think he can get 25 again, and then 25 between Brown and Julio. I'm really sorry for misspeaking there. I just sound like an idiot.
Hey, but it works. But so I think this is pretty much elementary. The other teams within this division, they're those other 3 teams, that being Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and Houston. This will all be based upon if they can get some movement with guys that they're going to have to replace at injury positions within the team. So if they can get some movement, maybe they'll surprise someone, but don't expect it. I expect the Tennessee Titans to win this division, and then I think they're going to win it by at least 4 games, if not more. And if Carson Wentz doesn't come back and they start losing games immediately, that's going to be a really interesting situation for them as well, as where they're going to be. But that fear factor. When are we going to bring them back? Are they going to bring them back too early? That's going to be the big question. So, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. I have a Tennessee Titan question that came through me, and this one came out here. Looking at what's going on, what version of Julio Jones do you think? Based upon some of the reports that were going on, first impressions, everything. The question is Tennessee, if you believe the reports, do you think that Julio Jones can be the version that we've seen before and get those big numbers, guys?
So the question is, what version of Julio Jones shows up in 2021?
Yes.
To me, that answer is very simple. It's going to be the 2021 version, the version that we have never seen before, the version that is declining in health, and that is going to, I don't know if you guys believe that Julio's maybe starting to lose a step. I don't think there's any question that he can catch anything that comes his way. But does he still have the ability to does he have the same speed he used to have? He definitely doesn't have the same durability. So I mean, I don't think he goes back to being the 2011 version. That's for damn sure. I think that guy is long gone. But I don't see Julio coming back from injuries that he's had before. I know a lot of times, Sonny, we talk about, hey, maybe being in a new place, it kind of re-sparks your career as a coach or as a player. I don't see that with Julio. I just think that his body's starting to break down, and it's obvious, it's evident, and when he's on the field, he's going to be a top 5 receiver in the game. But that's going to be the question: is he gonna be a guy that's on the field how many games out of 17? Let's do an over-under. I'd say the over-under on that is going to be 12. Is it going to be over under 12?
Well, I'd say under, because he hasn't proved that he can play a full season in a long time. Even when they said that he's ready to go at the beginning of the season, something ends up happening. Jonathan, what do you think? Over or under 12 for Julio Jones to play in 12 games this season?
Well, from 2014 to 2019, Julio Jones missed 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
He missed 7 last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take Julio to go over 12. I think last year's an aberration. I think we'll wind up, we're kind of compounding a couple of different injuries. And obviously, he's had some nagging things here and there, but he continues to play, and he's put up amazing numbers in that same amount of time. Look, I think Julio is going to have I love Cuervo's cop-out answer of it's going to be 2021 Julio. That's cop-out answer. You and I both know it. I mean, look, what I anticipate is us seeing, early Julio, not peak Julio. Julio.
I got a question for you then. Let me just throw this out, and then we'll get into the NFC after a break. When you think about Julio Jones and where he was last year, think about who his quarterback was. Think about how many years that they've been dealing with a Super Bowl hangover that Ryan cannot get over. This guy, he's got it bad. And I think, if you have a guy that you're satisfied with throwing the football, those nagging injuries are just that. They're just nagging injuries, and they don't affect what you do out on the football field. But when your team is as bad as the Atlanta Falcons were last year, those injuries, I think, double up. And then you're like, why am I out here? I'm going to make my money regardless. Why am I out here busting my ass? That's too much of an injury. Where are we in the season? We have no chance for the playoffs. Screw this. I'm done. I think a lot of that has to do. It's a mentality of where he can be. And if he can get back to the mentality of the years when they were in the Super Bowl, you could see a different football team. But I think I agree with Cuervo to a certain extent as far as the injuries are concerned. Were the injuries really mental? Did they take a mental, part of him away from his game? And that will be different. If we see the one that was been the Super Bowl after they had Matt Ryan have that worst second half I've ever seen of a quarterback in the Super Bowl, they could make out like a bandit on this one in reality and put themselves in a better position to make it to the third or maybe to the Super Bowl, maybe AFC Championship game based up on, again, the injury portion that's going on out there, I think.
I think that's fair. I expect Julio to still be an above-average receiver, even if we are saying he's taking a step back.
When he's on the field, he will be.
Yeah,
right.
He's obviously not all-pro anymore. But when you have A.J. Brown, who's flashed all-pro potential early on in his career, I mean, this is only going to be his 3rd year in the league. You're not asking Julio to be a world beater like they were in Atlanta.
Absolutely.
And I think the fact that you're not putting all the pressure on him to make plays, you're going to see Julio open up a little more with the coverages he sees. Because he won't see all the pressure, all the doubles, all the time.
Right.
And that's why I anticipate seeing closer to young Julio, where right before he just hit that next gear and took off to superstardom, where he's still figuring it out and he's still not the number one because Roddy White was. And
right.
This could be a really fun Julio season in that I could see him having some stupid long touchdowns and then not catch anything for 2 quarters.
Think about this. One of those two guys are going to be top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. One of those two. I mean, and both of them have the capabilities of being. I don't expect to see both of them, but you know what I do expect? I expect both of them to be top 10 wide receivers within this league. Remember, there are 32 teams in this league. Okay, that could step up. I expect both of them to be top 10. And if they're not top 10, they'll definitely be top 15. That'd be a huge success for them in reality. So, all right, guys, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break here. It's going to be about 4 or 5 minutes. I got to get in with our commercial. When we come back, I got something especially for Jonathan. Some news came last week, and I'm sure he's got something to say about it. I don't need to tell him what it is. He already has it on his mind. So we'll do that, some news there. So we'll take the quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show as we are looking at all of the divisions, and we start with the AFC and NFC South. Some good stuff here. I don't think there were any great big surprises in reality in the AFC South. So that being said, we're going to do this. We're going to hop into commercial. We'll be back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. This is That Being Said. We'll be right back.
This is Sonny Clark, radio voice of your Rowlett Eagles, letting you know about RowlettFood.com. Do you want to have dinner delivered but you don't want to use Uber Eats? Contact someone locally that can do the same thing at a better price and faster. All you have to do is pick a restaurant on the list at the website, tell us what you'd like to order, then check out, and you'll have your food within 25 to 45 minutes, depending on distance. Check out RowlettFoods.com for your next meal at Raising Cane's, Golden Pie, Ponchos and Lefty, and more. Give us a call at 972-408-8002 or check us out on the web at RowlettFood.com. This is Sonny Clark, radio voice of your Rowlett Eagles, letting you know about Landon Huey and 19 Ministries.
One of the things we want to do is we have this idea, the name that's kind of sticking right now is Rowlett Revival. And we know that there are a lot of hurting and broken people across the city. Out of a population of 60,000, there's close to 40,000 that aren't saved. And we want to do like a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday where we'll bring in a guest speaker, and he's just going to share the love of Christ, and we want to connect people in the city up with churches, and where they can find a healthy church family and find people that believe in them and find a God that loves them. Jesus came for a broken world, and man, he loves and cares for everybody in the city. And so we're excited about that. We're working through details right now, but our vision is to see God's going to reach a lot of people.
So make sure you contact Landon Huey at 19 Ministries at 972-835-8665 or check them out on the web at 19ministries.org or uniterowlett.org. This is Sonny Clark, radio voice of your Rowlett Eagles, asking, are you looking for a new home? Want to know what your house could sell for in today's market? Then you need to contact Realtor Jeremy Morgan with Ray Hubbard Real Estate Group at Keller Williams Rockwall. Whether you're buying, selling, leasing, or investing, he can help you get where you need to be. Visit RayHubbardRealEstateGroup.com or make an appointment today by calling 214-236-2914. That's 214-236-2914. Jeremy Morgan with Ray Hubbard Real Estate Group, Keller Williams Rockwall. Find out how Merchant Masters, DFW, specializing in small business companies, can help you save money and protect your customers' information with our credit card processing and point-of-sale systems. In 95% of our cases, our services save our clients money. So, what makes Merchant Masters DFW different from all the others? It's an integrity-first approach to each client we work with so you receive the very best, including financial savings, lowest possible rates, superior technology, and improved support. So claim your free audit at merchantmastersdfw.com or contact John Beeman at 262-339-5470 for more information. That's 262-339-5470. Merchant Masters DFW, different from all the rest.
Ever want to know why Bill and I look so great on our broadcast? Check out K West Designs on Facebook to find out why. Check out all the samples that Kelly has got up so you can see, especially if you have that special occasion that needs something original, something designed, something that just says, this is our moment. Check out K West Designs on Facebook or give her a call at 469-601-5856. That's 469-601-5856. Again, K West Designs. Make yourself look original or different or just something just for you. K West Designs. Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio. And guys, I've been waiting to give this news, especially for my locals right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and especially in Rowlett and the surrounding areas of the Garland ISD. Sonny Clark is proud to announce Bill Cerna, the Eagle Eye Bill Cerna, as well as myself, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, back in the booth in 2021 for the Rowlett Varsity Eagles football team. Guys, we haven't called the game in 2 years, okay? So I'm kind of going through some major withdrawals and not being in there. Now, granted, I've been calling wrestling to kind of make up a little bit for that, but back in the booth. I am so excited, and guys, I'm getting the packages for sponsorship for the 2021 Rowlett Eagles varsity football team, and getting ready to go. I'm so excited to be able to get that announcement out there. I got the okay on Friday, which means that we got to get going and get our sponsorships and get ready for a great night of Thursday night light underneath the lights and Friday night lights. I'm so excited. So Bill and I all set and ready to go. That being said, Cuervo's not back yet, but that's okay. I promised that I would talk about something that I don't need to give you a heads up on. In reality, last week there was an unfortunate passing right there for you Florida State fans. We lost Bobby Bowden, and guys, let me tell you something. Earlier in my career, I had the opportunity right here on the Couch Potato Sports Show to have Bobby Bowden on our show. What ended up happening is I got that interview, guys, and let me tell you something. It's not easy to get an interview with Bobby Bowden. Okay, at that time, and we're talking 9 years ago, and when he was at the height of what he was doing, and he gave me 30 minutes, and my recording equipment failed me, and I was unable to get it, and obviously I was not going to be able to ask Bobby Bowden for a second, 20 or 30 minutes. I was lucky to get it in the first place. It was the highlight of my career of interviewing people. We're talking about a guy, 44 years coaching, 377 wins, unbelievable, 2 national championships, 32 bowl appearances, 21 of those victories, second the most of all coaches, and inducted in the College Hall of Fame. Unbelievable. That being said, of course, that's the name of the show. I know you've got some mad love for Bobby Bowden right there. Jonathan, let us know a little bit about what you know about Bobby Bowden and what your feelings are regarding him and his passing.
Without Coach Bowden, I would not be a Florida State fan. He made Florida State what it was. That was a middling program at best back in the early 70s, hadn't really gotten their feet underneath them. And Coach Bowden came in and, he had a couple opportunities to leave and he stuck it out. And, he taught a lot of people what loyalty meant.
Yes.
And, you know, I was fortunate enough to go to the Bobby Bowden football camp 2 summers in middle school. And I got a picture with Coach Bowden. And at the time, I was actually taller than him. Yeah, you know, people forget, for as large of a personality as he was not an oversized human. And I can still hear him looking at me as I'm all nervous, and this whole, oh my goodness, the god of football is in front of me.
Exactly.
And he just looks at me and goes, "Son, come here and put your arm around my shoulder." And it was a moment that I won't forget ever. He's the reason why I want to get into coaching, and why I've continued to pursue football as a passion of my own. He was, just immensely important to Tallahassee itself, even after his retirement. He still was around, and the great personality. You know, one of the best quotes you can get, and he built a program that is unrivaled for what it was at its peak. 14 straight top 5 finishes, 2 national championships, 5 national championship game appearances. You know, I mean, nobody will ever come near the sustained success that he had. Now, other coaches may have won more national titles over a period of time, but Bobby Bowden built a program up and brought it into the new millennium. He made Florida State a brand that will forever be known and remembered throughout the time of college football. You know, Mike Norvell, our current coach, he's from Dallas. He went to Capel High School.
Yep.
He
right down the street from me.
Mm-hmm. Oddly enough, my brother coaches hockey there now.
Yeah, I know. I saw the pictures. I was trying to find some pictures. I'm like, wow, he's got a Dallas Stars jersey. Well, an altered one. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, it was a Rough Riders jersey from one of their game nights. But we, you know, Mike Norvell talked about how much of an inspiration Coach Bowden was for him when he took the job. Same as our previous coach, Coach Taggart. You know, Coach Taggart having grown up a Florida State fan himself. And there's a lot of great players. And you know, I mean, to understand the impact of Coach Bowden is to understand that this entire weekend has been a celebration of his life, not just in Tallahassee, but today they're doing it in Alabama, where he's from.
Wow.
You know, Stanford College became what it was. You know, Coach Bowden played there, and then his sons played there, and they coached there. You know, I mean, he has such a wide connection. I mean, you talk about Derek Brooks and Warwick Dunn and the stories they told about how he was as a person and not as a coach. And everybody talked about Coach Bowden told everybody, football is a priority. It is not the priority. Your life is faith, family, and football, and it's in that order. He was a man who lived by the book, and somebody that I am. You know, he was 91, and you know it's coming at some time when somebody gets to that age, right?
Yep.
And even then, it was still a moment that takes you back, and I just can't thank him enough for the impact he's had on my life. And the life, you know, the impact he's had on so many other lives, all the players he's coached, all the coaches, all the kids that he touched, whether it was, you know, high school players who got hurt and ended their careers, and he still would bring them in to Florida State to get a moment of glory in that sense, or the ones who were sick and things of that nature. I mean, he was a great man. He was a better person. And the one thing I can say is that he's the most genuine human being I have ever had the pleasure of being around.
And I want to just tell you, I spoke to the person about the recording not working, and I told him to thank Bobby for his time. He was actually going to give me another interview, and I just had too much respect for the guy to take that time away, probably from someone else. I got exactly what I expected out of the interview. Listen, I've interviewed over 300 people, you know, in football, and guys, I'm going to tell you right now, Bowden, top 5 of the guys that I've interviewed, and unbelievable stories. You will not hear some of the stories about Bobby Bowden, you know, out in mainstream media. These are personal stories to personal people, one-on-one. A lot of times you're going to get a coach talking about the whole team and talk about everything. He's got more stories one-on-one that he has more for the teams, just to let you know. It was an incredible interview. I couldn't believe it. It was the honor. I'll tell you right now, that was one of the biggest honors of my life. And when that audio did not come through, I was I could just say my anger level, my wife had to calm me down. I was so mad that I lost it. But Bobby Bowden lost last week, and we didn't get to that. I had actually cut it out. I just didn't upload it, so I forgot about it. This happened, I think it was last Saturday, wasn't it, when he passed away? So your thoughts on Bobby Bowden there, Cuervo, being the big college football fan that you are, and, probably many head-to-heads, Tennessee, all that good stuff.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So growing up, I got introduced to college football as a kid, and obviously visiting Tennessee so much, I grew an interest in that university. But I think if I had to say that, if I had a number 2 school, and I'm not just saying this just to say it, I'm being sincere. Florida State is the number 2 school. I know there's Northwestern and Chicago and all that stuff, but let's be real. They're good, once every 10 years or so, 15 years. But when you talk about Florida State, I mean, they were on a whole nother level. And, when as far as Bobby Bowden, I'm just going to say it, and there's going to be a lot of people that probably disagree with me and don't like it. I don't care how much Nick Saban has won, and I've got a lot of respect for Nick Saban as a coach and whatnot. He will never be the person that Bobby Bowden was.
Right.
And I think that to me means so much more than, just a winner. Now, maybe I'm judging Nick Saban because I don't know who he is as a person, but I'm taking that as face value. And what I saw from Coach Bowden and what I've heard from a lot of, and we're not talking, small time people that Coach Bowden had playing for him. You're talking guys along the likes, again, like Jonathan said, Derek Brooks, okay, Darryl Green, who I can't remember if he's a Hall of Famer or not, but
he is.
Florida State guy, Deion freaking Sanders. Like, are you kidding me? Like, these are the type of guys that Bobby Bowden introduced to the football world, bringing them to Florida State. And the list goes on and on. Warwick Dunn, Charlie Ward, who really didn't pan out in the NFL, but yeah, at the time, dude was a stud. But my point is, Florida State was one of those schools that every year they were competitive, and you knew exactly why, and it's because of who was at the head coaching position. And to me, like I said, no disrespect to Nick Saban or any of these other guys, but in my humble opinion, I think the greatest coach of this generation was Bobby Bowden. So
definitely. One of the best out there, and you mentioned work done, everything that he does as far as the community. I mean, how many houses that man built for single women throughout this, based upon his, the teaching of family first, and with his mother. Those are incredible stories that you only get with a guy that is a Bobby Bowden. So I wanted to give you the opportunity, Jonathan, because I knew without knowing you as well as I do, I knew Bobby Bowden had that impact of for you and your life, more so than just watching you step on the sideline. Yeah, exactly. But man, when that interview didn't come through, boy, I was one mad man. But by the way, Todd, all games except the Waxahachie game for the Rowlett Eagles, we are not going to be able to cover that game because Waxahachie is not going to allow anybody in their booths. So just to answer your question, thanks for the question. I appreciate that. So that takes us to the next 4 teams that we're going to talk about. That will be on the NFC side, the NFC South. This was a tough division in reality, looking at who's good, who's bad. I mean, obviously, I think everybody, who knows who the number 1, squad is within this division, and we'll get to them in just a moment. Well, maybe not. Yeah, come on. Yeah, so who that? Who that? I don't know.
Yeah, put your head down and say, Jonathan, who that?
Yeah, who that? Anyway, that being said, listen, guys, four teams within.
That was monkey. It was monkey time. It's monkey time. That's why.
Well, you know what? The monkey was almost up on a relax day. But the problem is that my computer's frozen. I can't switch it to get to the monkey. That's my problem. It's taking a second because it's thinking too hard. But who knows? It took a couple of seconds, a couple moments ago. So he finally makes an appearance on the Couch Potato Sports Show. But that brings us to this division. This is a really crazy division because you want all the teams to be good except the Falcons. Oh my God, this is a football team that I don't know what's going on. But are they last within this division? You know, there are other teams that were, when I was looking at this division of football, and I just can't, I don't think I can put them there based upon just a lot of things. However, that being said, that's the name of the show. The team that I have sitting at this portion of the fourth spot, you know, gladly owned at the bottom, is going to be the Carolina Panthers. Guys, I love me some Sam Darnold. I really do. I think when a guy gets drafted to a bad football team, you just knew that this guy was not going to be able to get up to the potential. You just knew it. I mean, I don't know. But now, the Panthers, you know, Teddy Bridgewater didn't work out. Is Sam Darnold a better, fit as far as the jigsaw puzzle is concerned? I don't know. But losing Chris Samuel in free agency, that hurt, especially for Sam Darnold. Listen, Curtis Samuel is not the best wide receiver, but he at least has some skills, okay, that might have been able to help him. So then Terrence Marshall. So some questions are left on the offensive line as well. Not just some questions, a lot of questions. And you're bringing in a young guy into Sam Darnold who has already been running for his life. That part's not going to change, in fact, Cuervo. So I just looked at the Carolina Panthers, and the Atlanta Falcons not a great football team within this division either. But out of all of them, it just depends. If we're going to get a Sam Darnold that we could have expected if he would be on a good football team, this would be the year that he steps up and becomes a major impact player for a football team. So that being said, Cuervo, when you look at the Carolina Panthers, obviously I think the biggest question is the quarterback, and then we have the health of a guy that has to come back, that being Christian McCaffrey. And without McCaffrey, this even gets worse if it can. But when you're looking at this Carolina Panthers team, is Christian McCaffrey the guy that's going to be able to carry this team to be better than last within this division?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think he has to be, Sonny. I mean, there's no question about that. He's their saving grace as far as whether they, are able to win or lose some games. There's going to be some games. Look, I mean, Christian, Ed McCaffrey. I don't care what McCaffrey's out there. They're not gonna have the talent to beat certain teams. But but at the same time, he is somebody that has to be on the field, and the trap that Carolina cannot fall into by any means is you cannot overload McCaffrey. With carries and
absolutely
and having them catch the ball 100 times on checkdowns and stuff like that, because you're going to wear the dude down so fast.
You read my mind on checkdown. I think we're going to get a reemergence of Captain Checkdown in reality, because that offensive line for the Carolina Panthers is just that bad.
And going back to your question about Sam Darnold, Sonny, I honestly, and maybe this is me just bashing on the Panthers, I don't see much difference in the situation that Sam Darnold's in now than he was in New York. He's not going to have a lot of guys to throw the football to. The protection is questionable, but he does have McCaffrey. So there is a difference there. So I just don't know if you're going to get much improvement from Sam Darnold as far as productivity, just because I don't know that he's really in much better situation now in Carolina than he was in New York.
Well, think about this. You think about where they are, and I was looking at the numbers as far as I was looking at actually at the rankings in reality for this football team. The defensive line is fantastic. I mean, they're top 15 on that defensive line. When you look at the secondary and everything else, the linebackers and cornerbacks, they're around 25th within the division. So they might have an opportunity to get to the quarterback, but the rest of it is going to get really ugly in reality. So
they do have one guy. They got DJ Moore. DJ Moore is not bad. Well, pretty good receiver.
Exactly, but that doesn't make them last within that rankings as far as that is concerned, possibly. Right. But that being said, offensive line, I had them ranked at 30th. Based upon who's there in personnel. And I looked at the wide receivers. You're right. I mean, they don't have them 21st, somewhere around that as far as the ranking in the wide receivers. Their tight ends are god-awful. But the running back, third best running back in the NFL, so you got that. And then you got a quarterback that's near, based upon what you've seen in New York, you can't expect much. So, the offense is obviously a portion where they need to be good. But when you look at the defense, I mean, you're looking at a team that's just like out of whack. In other words, there is no chemistry. There is no character at all as far as this team is concerned. And you got a second-year coach that I think might be a little over his head. Jonathan, when you're looking at Carolina, what do you see?
I see a really good front seven defensively. They've done a great job of building front to back there. They need to beef up the secondary, but having Dante Jackson and J.C. Horn, obviously J.C. Horn's a rookie, but I feel like that's going to be a pretty good combo. Jeremy Chin, whether he plays safety or linebacker, we'll have to really see. I think right now they're going to put him at safety because that's a bigger need. But I love this front seven for Carolina.
Absolutely.
I think they can be real disruptive. Obviously, they have a good running back. I'm bullish on their receiver room. I like DJ Moore. Robbie Anderson's real solid out of the slot. I think Terrence Marshall is going to make a big difference, especially he knows the offense already. The offensive coordinator is Joe Brady, who was the mastermind behind the national championship offense at LSU. You're right. At tight end, they have nothing. I mean, they have absolutely nothing at tight end. It's a joke the way that is, but that doesn't really fit Joe Brady's offense. He wants to go 3 and 4 wide more often than not. The offensive line is a massive problem. They've got a really good right tackle in Taylor Moton, and then they've got nothing else. I mean, their left tackle spot is a joke right now, especially if they continue to put Greg Little out there. I think a lot of Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold has bad habits, though, because he was on a really bad team, and you're going to need somebody to help him fix that. I think Joe Brady's a great guy for that. Mark my words, Sam Darnold, top 15 quarterback.
Wow. See, now that would be good, but he's going to have to use his legs in reality too. So, but,
he can scamper. He can scamper. He can
absolutely. Well, he has to, and he had to do it up there. But I think this could be more of a controlled scamper because when Carolina, when you look at Carolina as far as where they are, on that offensive line, again, they're the 30th. Listen. If we think they're 30th, they think they're worse, okay? So you're going to have to figure out an offense to make Sam Darnold to be productive, which means he is going to scramble. It means that guys are going to get open, which means you'll see a lot of crossing patterns from the wide receivers, and some of the guys that are not the biggest guys in the world are going to have to make plays. And the question will be will they make the plays? Will Sam Darnold throw the ball well on the run? Because if they do not go in, Cuervo, if they do not go into the season having a game plan with Darnold scrambling and throwing the football, they're gonna be a lot of trouble. Because if they stick with the fact that this guy can be a pocket quarterback, they're gonna get eaten alive in reality, and it's gonna get ugly for them before it gets better.
Yeah, and Robbie Anderson's another guy that I had forgot they had. So, he showed flashes at times. It's kind of like how we mentioned about, I forget who we were talking about, but you only have one solid game and then you see nothing in the next 2 to 3 games. That's Robbie Anderson. But Now, the good thing is that Darnold's familiar with Robbie Anderson. If I'm not, I think they played together.
They did.
If I
They
remember
did.
right. Yeah, back up in New York. So there's some familiarity there. Will it be enough though to get the offense clicking? Now, with all that negative stuff said, I come back to say that I actually don't think Carolina finishes last in this division, but I do think that they do struggle at times, especially with the more competitive teams in the NFC. I know that's kind of like, no kidding, but my point is, I just don't think they're they're ready for the higher tier of NFC teams yet. But I think they're on their way.
What the hell is that? Am I just hearing something? Am I the only one hearing that? It sounded like someone that was doing a rap with the record. All right, so hopefully it's anyway. So then Cuervo, then if you don't have them finishing last within this division, okay, seeing who's there, Carolina Saints and Atlanta, I think I know where you're headed as far as that's concerned. What is your prediction as far as this team? Where are they going to end up?
Yeah, so I think that Carolina finishes third. I've got them roughly at 7 wins, just because I think that, some of their schedule does help them out. Losing Samuel hurts, but I do think that, having a guy in Darnold, we'll see. But again, the defense too. I think that's what's going to help them out. Obviously, they still have K1 Short. Is that right, or am I wrong?
I thought he was gone. I'll take a look. I'll see if I can find him. But I think he's out of there. But I'll look.
Yeah, he's gone. Their defensive tackle room is Eric Brown, Daquan Jones, Christian Miller.
Got it. So yeah, I thought he was gone. I wasn't sure where. I'm not sure where he went, but. That being said, the Carolina Panthers now. If Sam Darnold is going to be the guy, I mean, listen, this guy didn't get picked in the 3rd or 4th round. This guy got picked in the 1st round to be. So someone's seen something to make him a 1st rounder. And by the way, the Jets weren't the only ones looking at him in the 1st round. So, you can say whatever you want about it. The guy had a high pedigree coming out of college and with the expectations. Now, he gets the expectations now of being in a new place. We talk about it all the time, Cuervo. Maybe a new start someplace else. Could it be that? I don't know. I don't know if you expect it to be the first year in a new place. Maybe you have an opportunity to win, like you said, 5 or 6 games. I actually have them at 7 because I figure a team like the Panthers will get 2 upsets from somewhere, but they'll piss away 2 or 3 someplace else that they have no business losing. So, it's one of those darned if you do, darned if you don't. But right now, as far as where Carolina is, they need to be able to find the identity, get the chemistry going, and build up on it. And it's not going to be for this season. You're going to have to look to the future. You're going to have to see some of the guys that are going to get released here within the next couple of weeks. See if you can find somebody that can help your team and step up, and then look in free agency, look in the draft, and see what this team could be in 2 years. Because right now I don't see the Carolina Panthers getting that much better within this year. Next year I don't expect it very much. Maybe they can end up 2nd, maybe 3rd within the division if they make some proper moves. So, Jonathan, when you're looking at the Carolina Panthers, where do you have them within this division?
3rd place. I agree with Cuervo. I also have them in 3rd. Their schedule shapes out decently, with games against, the Jets, the Dolphins, the Eagles, Cowboys, people like that. I think
and those teams are, like Forrest Gump. You never know what you're going to get, so in reality. That brings us to the questions from the Panthers. I put out the thing, asked some questions about the AFC and NFC South. This is the one that we got for the Panthers, and the Panthers are, as McCaffrey, who is one of the game's biggest backs when he's healthy. Unfortunately, he missed a lot of time last season due to multiple injuries, not just one. one, but multiple injuries. And I think that's a huge thing. Leeds question is how much really can they put a workload on a Christian McCaffrey? And I'll just put it this way: they put too much pressure on McCaffrey to be the guy. I think they're gonna wear him out. We talk about it. I go back to the running back for the Atlanta Falcons a couple of years back. Last name was Turner. His first name is missing my mind.
Michael Turner.
Michael Turner. The guy was getting 300 and 325, and the guy was just being beat up like a old racehorse. And if they start doing that with McCaffrey, they are going to take years off of his career, and maybe the success of the Carolina Panthers within 2 or 3 years, if their future is, McCaffrey within the next 2 or 3 years. Killing this guy early on, and especially coming off of an injury. Granted, he's got to be good coming off the injury. But I don't think you can kill this guy with 300 and 310 carries in the season. I think you need to drop that down to about 230, 240 and work him in as far as the passing games on third down. Jonathan, if they work this guy out, are they going to kill? They're going to kill this guy's career, and his knees are going to just give out.
I mean, yeah, you said about any running back, in all reality. But, I mean, the way I look at it, the right workload for Christian McCaffrey is 300 touches.
Wow,
you get
that's
him
a lot.
300 touches. I mean, if it's, because the idea is it's not 300 carries, right? Because he is a dynamic back, as a receiver. And in all honesty, he would probably be the best slot receiver on at least half the teams in the league.
Well, look at his daddy. He did it for how many years,
Right. So, I mean, the way I look at it is with Christian is you want to give him the ball. You want to try and do it in space. Maybe you don't give him all the tough inside runs that you have been giving him. And that's why they drafted Chuba Hubbard in the 4th round. That's why you have a Reggie Bonifan. You want to, you had Mike Davis last year. You want a competent backup that can come in and spell him. But, you really want to get him 15 to 20 years or 15 to 20 touches a game.
There you go.
And try and get him as much in wide open space as often as you can, because he is such a dynamic weapon. And at the end of the day, look, we're here to win football games. And I'm not here so Christian McCaffrey can play 15 years. I'm here so that Christian McCaffrey can help us win today, tomorrow, and that's about it, right? So, you need to utilize him. Now, in a year like this, which I would deem to be still a rebuilding year for them, you do want to limit his workload a little bit. And that's why I'm saying, you do 15 touches a game. Maybe you utilize him more in the screen game and the short passing game than you do in the running game. You let Chuba Hubbard take all those hard contact in between the tackles.
Cuervo, do you think that rules in over his head? I mean, you're talking about a guy that came from college, and last year he had Teddy Bridgewater. This was a train wreck to watch last year. I mean, granted, a lot of it had to do with injuries, and granted, they didn't have Christian McCaffrey. But do you think Rule is over his head as being the head coach of this football team, Cuervo?
I don't know that he's in over his head. I just think that, he's taken on a team that, wasn't necessarily – it's weird. Like, they weren't in a rebuilding phase, but they had a lot to improve as a team. So I think in one of those situations where you got to figure out what's good, what's not good, what's working, what's not working, and adjust from there. And I think that's what Rule fell into it was a team that had some good things going on, and now it was his turn to kind of take use those things and use them to your advantage, try to win some games, but at the same time try and improve what's weak, with the weaknesses. And I think that's what Rule has to deal with. So it's not a team that's completely in rebuild mode. They're just slightly above that. They've got, like I said, they've got some good things. So it's actually a little tougher to do that because, it's kind of like, and it's just not as the plan is a little different than it is when you're in complete rebuild mode.
Absolutely.
You have free reins to do whatever you want in a rebuild mode. You get rid of whoever you want, or with the rule though, I think he was a little limited on what he was able to control or what he's able to do, and so that's I don't know that he was in over his head. I just think it's a little challenging just because he's got certain things going on, and he's got to kind of take that and make it work.
Jonathan, it maybe in over his head. I don't know. Is he a I looked at it when I was hired. This is a transitional coach. I don't expect them to make it 3 years, especially if obviously they're not going to get the victories and things of that sort, or if another coach becomes available that they can grab up and maybe figure out a way to have success in Carolina.
I don't think he's in over his head. I thought it was a good hire. I liked Matt Rule a lot in college. He did a lot of good things with the Temple program and with the Baylor program that was still reeling from the sex scandal under Art Briles. Here's my thing. They are in a rebuild, but they're in the last stages of rebuild. And I think that's separation here. Is last year was really that tear down, let's figure it out. And look, last year was a mess for a lot of people, and it was a mess really for all of us in general. I mean, 2020 was a nightmare for everybody, right? So I don't hold that against anybody, including the sports world. So I look at Matt Rule and I say, you're right there. You're near the finish line. Shore up the secondary. You got a nasty defense. Shore up the offensive line, and the offense should click and go. They just need to figure out those last couple of pieces, because the last step of a rebuild, so that you don't wind up in another rebuild and rebooting the cycle, is you have to find the right guys to take the next step, and that's all they're looking for right now. Can this management structure, can they take the next step? Can they take the leap into being a playoff contender? And I believe that Matt Rule is capable of that. I don't know about Phil Snow as defensive coordinator. We'll have to see about that again this year. That defense wasn't bad last year. It's especially considering that they had a lot of holes. But Joe Brady should be able to put some juice in this offense with what he's been able to show. And Joe Brady's from the Sean Payton school of thought.
Exactly.
She hired him from New Orleans, so I expect the Carolina offense to look somewhat similar to what Drew Brees was running.
Here's what I have marked down, because there's two teams within this division that, well, let's just stick with Carolina. If they have a bad football season, okay, and another team within this division doesn't have the season they really expect, that being the New Orleans Saints, Sean Payton is going to be one of the hottest tickets as a head coach out there. And I think Carolina could be fighting to maybe get them, as well as the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm going to tell you straight out, it's more Dallas, because he literally lives 7 miles away from me, okay? So, he's got the hook right here, but Carolina's another one if they can pay him enough. So that's going to be the big story, how that ends up happening, because I think if Carolina has another bad season, really bad season, they might get rid of him, especially if Peyton is available. And that's the mark my word. If the Saints have a bad season, and we'll see Sean Payton someplace else next year. So, but that's really interesting when you said that about the coach. If he's that transitional coach that I think that he is in reality, that can just open the door for the next person to go in. And when you have a Christian McCaffrey and a Sean Payton, oh, good God almighty, that could end up being good if they can find the right quarterback to do the job, and that's going to be the big question. So I got them in last place, the Carolina Panthers, and it was a close one in reality when you think about it, because when you look at the Atlanta Falcons, you don't look at a football team that has been definitely killing it. Okay, we talk about the Super Bowl hangover. It has been there and it hasn't gone away. Limitations due to cap issues because of obviously the Julio Jones situation and all that going on, and so now what is really happening is a team that had an opportunity to pick up players did not pick up some free agencies, some key positions that they needed it for. And the biggest problem for this football team in reality, it's not necessarily offensive, side of the ball. It's the defense that's going to be struggling again because they struggled last year in reality. So you have to ask yourself the question, okay? They get their tight end, Kyle Pitts. I didn't think it was a great pick, but this is an immediate impact player if they put him in a position of playing. I heard that. And that also being said, adding running back Mike Davis, I don't know if that's going to be something that could be good. I got the Atlanta Falcons based upon their offense, okay? Say whatever you want. Okay, let me just kind of back this up a little bit. Matt Ryan is not the worst quarterback in the NFL, okay, in the regular season, okay? Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. But here's the situation. When you lose a Julio Jones, the next guy is going to have to step up. Listen, Calvin Ridley is a stud. That guy was a step-up number 2 wide receiver on this football team. So he gets now to step up to be that number 1. So if there can be a relationship, chemistry developed within Matt Ryan, him, and hold on, let me just check before I open my big fat mouth. With the fact that this football team has always had the problem, it's not had a problem really protecting the quarterback, because if you look at Matt Ryan, they've been able to do it, but their offensive line is not good. So Matt Ryan's going to have to figure out, are you going to be a pocket passer, or are you going to have to learn to scramble and throw the ball accurately on the run? Because right now, I looked at their offensive line, 24th within the league, but if they can find one guy to step up and be better, maybe they can move up to around 16 or 17. And it only takes one of those guys, and it's usually the blind side. And I don't know if they're going to get that or not. But when I looked at Atlanta, I looked at the offense. I thought they were better than what I was seeing with Carolina. And I think, as far as when I was looking at the numbers, and I think I am correct, and I was correct. I think Atlanta's worse defense than Carolina. So it's going to be here or there. They're going to give up a lot of points, but Matt Ryan can make up for that as well. So that's where I kind of looked at it. I saw the defenses being the problem, but I think Matt Ryan can maybe sniff out a couple more wins than what you're going to get in reality with the Carolina Panthers. So with that being said, looking at this football team, the Atlanta Falcons, Cuervo, offense, defense, what's your take up on the Atlanta Falcons? What is their gold standard? And then what is the thing they just need to just throw in the garbage can and set it on fire?
Well, on paper, it doesn't look terrible as far as what they have. At least that wide receiver,
Right.
Running back wise, Todd Gurley gone. Now they got Brian Hill at starting, unless they picked up somebody that I didn't hear about. But Brian Hill is the guy that I know that is there. After Calvin Ridley, who do they have a wide receiver? Well, I know Russell Gage is a guy that kind of stepped up last year. Did some good things, 700 yards, a little over 700, 4 TDs. They bring in Tajay Sharp I think he came from Minnesota, if I remember right. And then obviously drafting Pitts. Pitts, he looks like he's got the goods. We'll see how that pans out.
Paper.
Right now it's all based on paper, but we haven't really seen what it's going to look like on the field yet. But yeah, and then I know they lost some guys on defense too. I believe in the secondary they lost some guys. So
big time.
That's going to be a big blow for Atlanta as well. I like I said, on paper it looks like they're going to be okay. But we'll see what Matt Ryan does with life after Julio Jones.
This is the team that you were talking about, Jonathan, that might have the worst defense, maybe in the league, because they are just completely god-awful. They're in the top, the worst 3 in every division as far as position, 31st on the defensive line, 32nd within the secondary, and somewhere in the high 20s at linebacker and corner. This team is going to get demolished, obviously defensively. So that means that you're going to have to see Matt Ryan throw for 4,000 yards and many touchdowns. The question is will that be able to happen? Will they have enough defense to maybe not get completely blown out of the water to where Matt Ryan can maybe adjust and figure out how to win some football games?
No.
Well, I didn't expect a one-word answer there, okay?
I mean, look, I had the Falcons finishing last in the division. This is not a good football team.
No.
They're banking on Mike Davis at running back. They really don't have anybody else. Brian Hill they had last year, but he's in Tennessee now.
Right.
Okay.
Calvin Ridley's a stud. They don't have any other receivers. I mean, not a single one. Russell Gage is just a jag to me. Zacchaeus is a jag. Cordell Patterson is a special teams guy and nothing more. Let's be honest. You saw it, Cuervo. Try to have him play offense. You can't. Kyle Pitts is a tight end.
He doesn't make a good running back.
Right? Kyle Pitts is a tight end in name only. Okay, if Kyle Pitts dropped 5 pounds, he would be the same size as Calvin Johnson. Actually, in all honesty, Calvin Johnson, if you take Calvin and Kyle Pitts' combine numbers and put them together, they look identical. Kyle Pitts is a big receiver. He can't block. I know this. I've seen it many a times. He's not a blocker. He's a receiver. He's Jimmy Graham. Okay, if you're going to keep him at tight end, you're better off moving him out to wide receiver and calling that a day. All right, so you have Hayden Hurst. So if you're not, you're going to play a lot of 12 personnel. All right, I get it. You want to go too tight. You don't really have another number 2 receiver, whatever. Offensive line. You have Jake Matthews at left tackle, and he's very solid. You have Chris Lindstrom at right guard. He's very solid. You need Caleb McGarry to take a step forward here. You need Jalen Mayfield, your draft pick, to really step in at left guard. You need Matt Hennessy to figure out how to play center at a competent
Definitely. Level. He needs to improve.
And then you look at this defense and, buddy, this secondary is horrific.
Oh, God.
God-awful. It is horrific. At linebacker, you have Deion Jones and nobody else. And in the defensive line in that front 4, you have Grady Jarrett and nobody else. They're banking on Dante Fowler not being garbage, but he's garbage. Look, at the end of the day, this Falcons defense is awful. You have a D tackle, a linebacker, and nothing else. Offensively, you have Kyle Pitts, who's a rookie, so we need him to show something, right? But he's a big receiver. You have Calvin Ridley. You should be able to throw the ball around a little bit. And they're going to throw the ball a lot. But you're going to need another receiver to step up here. And like you said, their biggest problem was that they had no money to spend. They weren't able to get any help. Nope. This team is going to be awful this year, and they need to be awful because they need the high draft picks. The only way they can bring guys into this team.
So, thinking about this now, and the question from the Peanut Gallery, obviously, but I got a question for as far as that. Matt Ryan. Is Matt Ryan enough to elevate Atlanta to second because of the quarterback situation in Carolina? Yes or no? In other words, will they finish it? I actually say I think Matt Ryan is better than what they got going on in Carolina. It's the reason why they're up there. So just ranking the quarterbacks, Sam Darnold and Matt Ryan, who do you think is actually better in reality? I don't think this is a tough question. But it's not just the quarterback. It's what else you got around it in order for it to work. So I don't think you can really that's not necessarily the best question, and especially when you're talking about what is coming to you on the offensive side of the ball, at other positions. There's just really not a lot there. But when you got a quarterback that's capable of throwing 5,000 yards, he's going to have to generate some plays with his feet, and I think Ryan can do that. I think that would be better than Sam Darnold. So the whole thing, what do you think when you're looking at it? Sam Darnold or Matt Ryan there, Cuervo?
Well, I guess it all depends on how you're asking the question. As far as talent, I think obviously Matt Ryan is the guy, but who's around him? I think it's debatable, but I think Ryan does get an edge just because Ridley is been proven to be a guy that can be considered, an elite receiver, and he's got a good offensive line, which
absolutely
not. So, yeah. So Matt Ryan is the answer.
Well, not that much better in reality. You're talking when you look at the offensive line, Carolina's at 30, Atlanta's probably at 23, 24, somewhere in that area as far as the offensive line is concerned. You're going to have to protect in order for Ryan to do it. But then again, you also understand, we know where the rankings are for that offensive line. The coaches definitely know it within the NFL. They're going to have to figure something out with Matt Ryan to get him off of this hangover that he's in. Because, listen, the guy has not been the same. And frankly, this is a football team that had the opportunity to grab up a good quarterback there, Jonathan, and in the draft, and they didn't go that route. They decided to hang with Matt Ryan for another year, and I want to know what the hell the thinking is on that, because that's nowhere close to being correct.
It's money.
Well, okay, there's because they have a lot of money set up within Julio Jones. Makes sense.
You can't have $50 million committed to quarterback. That's just that. I mean, now we're getting close to where one quarterback's getting $50 million. I get that, but between two quarterbacks, you can't have that much money invested. It just, you're going to have a losing product. There's no point that you're going to draft Justin Fields number 4, and then you're going to sit him while Matt Ryan plays, because Matt Ryan still plays at a top 12, top 15 level. Like, he's still a damn good quarterback. And the unfortunate reality is that Atlanta's outside 1 year was never really to put everything around him. And, in that 1 year, obviously they went to hell in the second half of that Super Bowl. So, I think Matt Ryan's still a good quarterback. I think he can still compete at a high level. And do I think that, honestly, he might be actually the best quarterback in this division? Maybe. You could talk me into it for this year.
Oh, wait, what? What did you just? I'm sorry. Did you forget? In your team in this division, I mean, who is the GOAT? Isn't the GOAT at the quarterback position for the Tampa Bay? And didn't they just win a Super Bowl? Maybe.
Hold on. Yeah. Well, we won a Super Bowl in spite of him being a jackass. Here's the deal. It's not about past production. Everybody, when they talk about Brady, looks at the last 20 years, and I get that. I'm saying this year, Matt Ryan is probably athletically speaking, a better quarterback than Tom Brady.
I don't think so, Tim.
That's the nuts and bolts of it. Matt Ryan is still damn good, and I think he's just in an awful situation.
Listen, Matt Ryan is a one. And I'm telling you right now, he hasn't done anything. And when he does, listen, the guy can throw for 5,000 yards, but when it doesn't end up with W's, regardless if it's his fault or not, that part's irrelevant. We're talking about brass knucks of an offense, of getting the job done when it has to get done. And Matt Ryan hasn't been able to do that. The guy can throw for 5,000 yards. It's irrelevant if they're empty yards. It's irrelevant if they're garbage yards. When it comes down to pressure, when it comes down to a guy that you can actually say, is this the guy that can stick it to him and get the victory? Matt Ryan has dropped the ball not once, not twice, but, and not only that, they ruined the opportunity that they had with Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones. And I go back to Julio Jones and I talk about injuries. If this was a good football team, Julio Jones would be the nicky-knack injuries, and if they were winning football games and an opportunity to maybe do something, that guy would be out on the football field. The team sucks, and and Julio Jones knew they sucked, and what you lost in the whole thing in reality.
Don't hold that.
Can't even get your guys to get down there to get more yards after the catch, which is where they should kill it. They do kill it, but it doesn't end up with W's. And with Matt Ryan, listen, Matt Ryan could be the best, throw all day long, but if they're not going to get a W, it's useless. So you go into Tom Brady. Tom Brady, listen, he doesn't have to throw for 5,000 yards. He can throw for 38 to 4,500 and they'll win the freaking Super Bowl. That's just the way it is. But, I don't know as far as the schedule. I was looking at the schedule for Atlanta. That doesn't line up for him either. So I don't know, as far as Atlanta is concerned. So I guess I'll ask you then, Jonathan. As far as Atlanta are concerned, are they going to be able to figure out how to get past your Buccaneers?
Oh, no. I mean, one team has a defense and the other one doesn't.
That's true.
I mean, that's like the whole thing here is like everybody. First off, Matt Ryan is 9th all time in fourth quarter comebacks. So the idea that he's this glorious choker is hysterical to me. But like, here's the thing: Atlanta's horrific. They spent the last 4 years rebuilding an offensive line because they had none. Like the problem with Atlanta is that they're always short someone.
Yes.
It's never ending. They're always short. Well, we have this, but we don't have this. We have this, but like they've had Matt Ryan and Julio Jones for a decade.
Yep.
They finally got a number 2 after waiting 8-9 years in between Roddy White and Calvin Ridley. They haven't had a tight end since Algie Crumpler. Well, they had Tony Gonzalez. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that he was a Falcon. So they had a tight end. They haven't had a tight end since Tony. Offensive line's a consistent rebuild. This team can never keep an intact team together.
Yes.
And honestly, I think management's just really poor there. I think
absolutely.
that's their problem.
And we can talk about that all day long. We can talk about coaching, but when your front office, Cuervo, is in where it is as far as the Atlanta Falcons are concerned, listen, the ownership, front office, that needs to rebuild. It won't happen because that's where the money is. But, obviously, because we can talk about Jerry Jones needs to be gone a long time ago, but guess what? Who's got the wallet? And that's the same situation in Atlanta.
Well, I don't think Arthur Blank's a bad owner. I think he actually has good intentions. He doesn't meddle in personnel decisions like Jerry does. I think Arthur Blank's problem was Rich McKay has actually been really bad at hiring his replacements at this point. You look at Dimitrov, the guy they stole from New England with the last name that starts with a D, Dimitrov. He came in and he built a team that could be a consistent contender, but he didn't really plan far out. He planned like a hockey GM and with the contracts of, well, if it doesn't work, it's not my problem. And it's like, well, I get that, but like you're trying to build a consistent winner because you want to be able to say, I don't have any problems because
absolutely
in 20 years.
Yep.
And he never thought that far out. He did not learn enough from Belichick being one of his disciples.
And thinking about Atlanta is being a contender until they get that shitstorm all squared away and figure out what they're going to do at the quarterback position. That team will end up being exactly where I think, if not last place like you guys think, third like I got them set. And
they're in purgatory.
Huh?
They're in purgatory right now. They can't.
Absolutely, good point. Yes,
like they can't do a full down tear down because of all the dead money that'd be associated with it.
Yep.
Right. So they're stuck in this hell spot, and until Matt Ryan's contract ends, they can get out of it. Like they're just kind of stuck. They're going to go through a couple years of just a rough mess. But once they get out of it, then it's time to reboot and rebuild this thing. But this is just going to be what they are. They're a last place team in this division because all the other ones have an upward trajectory right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that makes sense too. You think about where they're going. I don't know. So Cuervo, you got Atlanta in last place within the division, correct?
I do. Bonus time.
Okay. So and
this one I gotta put an asterisk on it because it's got to be something that can financially happen. All right, so I don't know if I want to mark my words on it, but if Atlanta can figure out a way to do it, Matt Ryan will not finish the season as an Atlanta Falcon.
Yeah, and that's something that's going to end up happening. If they're playing really bad and they don't have a chance for the playoff, and before the trade deadline, you got some other teams that are on the bubble, and Matt Ryan can maybe get them up over the bubble based upon what they can do. Matt Ryan is still, like you said, Jonathan, top 15. You might as well grab him up if you're a team that is not necessarily a team that should really be in contention. Maybe get yourself a shot.
They're stuck with him.
I know the money's big.
Like the dead money, if you're to trade him now, would be 24-9. It's not financially viable.
It's more than that. It'd be more than that. I looked it up. Check this out. If the Falcons were to trade or release Matt Ryan right now, So he's getting a base salary of $2 million and a restructure bonus of $21. Carries a cap hit of $26 million this year.
That's what I thought. I saw that too.
You guys ready for this? His dead cap value, $65 million.
That's if it's a pre-June cut, because now where we're at, they spread that money out over the next couple of years.
Yeah, so, they can extend it out, but still, as far as value or another team wanting to take that contract on is another big decision as well.
I mean, it's a nut tap of nut taps. You just can't. You just got to, like I said, they're in purgatory. You just got to eat this bullet and move on, man. Like, this conversation I had with my Texans buddy, where I'm like, "What about this guy?" And he's like, "There's no point. The dead cap just makes it like you're just stuck with them. Let the contract ride out. Call it a day."
So I guess my thinking on it is, if they're willing to trade Julio, then why? What would stop them from trading Matt Ryan? Obviously, the money, and that's why I say, financially, if they can somehow find a way to do it, then what's the point? Like you said, what's the point in keeping Matt Ryan around? You might as well take that hit and just start the rebuild now instead of saying that you're stuck with him.
Well, so
GMs find a way to make things work.
You would have to find a team that would be able to make that work. Obviously, you'd have to eat some money.
Yes. I mean, you're gonna eat a percentage of it as well, so it's just a matter of how much they want to eat.
Why wait 3 years to do it though?
There's one magical team that can solve this whole problem. Okay, it's the Denver Broncos.
Yeah,
they have cap space now. They have money. They can move out, and a guy like a Teddy Bridgewater and a Drew Lock. They need a quarterback to take the next step. Denver's the answer, but they're not going to do it because Denver's waiting to sign Aaron Rodgers next year.
Wait, hold on 1 second. So you're going on record. Hold on, let's do this. Are you kidding me? Are you still on that? Are you still on that train that Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a Packer this year?
No. He's going to be a Packer this year, and then he's a free agent, and then he's going to sign with Denver.
No. Aaron Rodgers is clipped in if the Packers want him for next year as well. So
that ain't happening. I'm telling you right now, Aaron Rodgers will be a free agent, and then he'll be a Denver Bronco.
Well, and that'll be
mark my words. Aaron Rodgers is a Denver Bronco in 2022. Write it down.
Right. I'm going to write that one down. But hey, there you go. Interestingly enough, so that being said, that's the name of the show. We got 2 down within this division. Obviously, I think everybody knows which way I'm going on it. But the simple fact of the matter is we got another team in reality within this division that right now is the trash barrel's on fire. I mean, you're talking about the Saints right now, and I got the Saints. I'm going to put the Saints here within second place within this division. But you're also seeing a team that is dwindling away because they lost their franchise quarterback, their identity, their guy, and now they don't even know if they want Taysom Hill or if they're going to use Jameis Winston. And Michael Thomas said, "You know what? Screw you all. I don't want neither one of them." And so you got the diva like within Michael Thomas and what's going on. The guy will play. You get the ball near him, he'll catch it. So the question is that the answer at the quarterback position, I've been hearing and reading, they're expecting Taysom Hill to be the starting quarterback of this football team. And I'm telling you right now, I think that's the mistake. And listen, I get what Taysom Hill, I watch. What do we always say on this show, Cuervo? Watch the damn game. Okay, and if you watch Taysom Hill last year, you know that's not the answer. Now, I'm not saying Jameis Winston is their future answer. Okay, I'm not going to go. But listen, Taysom Hill looks like a tight end trying to play quarterback. Okay, that's what it looks like. At least with Jameis Winston, he looks like he can play the part. Okay, now whether or not he can deliver it or not, that's a big difference. But as far as what I see, okay, I don't. This seems in a lot of trouble. And guess what? this team could end up third or fourth in this division, depending on what will end up happening, and it will be because of the quarterback. It won't be for any other position out on the football field. And I hate putting that much pressure on two guys that have no business being the starter for the Saints, Cuervo. So I guess I'm looking at the Saints going, what are you going to do? You're going to have to prove to me that you can win this division. You're not going to win it based upon what's going to be coming to you from Tampa Bay. But you got to – now you're looking wild card. Are they capable of finding a way to get to the wild card and make the playoffs, Cuervo?
I've got New Orleans. They're a bubble team as far as the playoffs is concerned. I just don't know, Sonny. I mean, yes, one guy can make that much of a difference. And when you're talking about Drew Brees being that one guy, I mean, that makes that it's almost a complete 180 of what the Saints were last year. Now, I know what everybody's thinking. Well, Drew Brees was already declining, and he wasn't playing how as well as he was before. Well, I mean, you can debate that, but it's still Drew Brees. That's what people don't understand. So, now you've got this drama with Thomas going on, right? Okay, whatever. You can. That's fine. That's fine. It's Drew Brees. I mean, it's Drew Brees.
I agree. But the reason why I put that picture up is that. Listen, we're three guys who don't know shit about this game. I mean, we come on, we do what we do. And these the NFL, and especially the hierarchy of the Saints, they have had to be smoking crack. I'm sorry. Listen, when you are the Saints, you got Sean Payton, one of the better coaches within the NFL, and you had a team that was on the cusp of winning or getting into the Super Bowl, and then you go to Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. Where the hell is the front frickin' office to go get a real quarterback? And if you want Taysom Hill or you want Jameis Winston, at least you have a backup that you can say, hey, this is not a bad secondary thought. I say it all the time. Obviously, the quarterback is the most important position on the football field. The second is debatable. It's either offensive line or backup quarterback, and if you're the frickin' Saints, it's got to be backup quarterback. And they did absolutely nothing about it. And that's one of the reasons why you can very easily watch the Saints fall down. I'm not saying that Atlanta's better or they should, but would it shock me if the Saints fell down within this division? Maybe, because they got no quarterback and they're starting this season off really bad. I wanted to put them in third place, but what kept me from doing it, Jonathan, was the coaching staff. Sean Payton's going to have to figure out one of these twos are going to have to try to win some football games. And like Cuervo said, they're a bubble for the playoff at best. And they just might miss it.
I disagree.
Big surprise.
I think.
Hold on. I want to interrupt you because I know where you live and I know what a fan you are. All right, so I know what direction you're going on this, but. And here's the problem with what you're going to say. I think I already agree because I know which way you're going. Go ahead.
First off, Taysom Hill is everything that Tim Tebow wishes he was. But your comment of Taysom Hill being a tight end playing quarterback,
looking like a tight end playing quarterback,
it's very adorable because it's very similar to Tebow trying to play quarterback when we all know he was a tight end. Any hoot nanny, Jameis Winston is going to come in and light the world on fire.
There you go. That's why I was doing this.
Here, and mark my words, Jameis Winston will win a Super Bowl as starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints. Lock it in. Jameis Winston got to learn under Drew Brees for a year. He knows the system. that Saints team is extremely talented still. And Jameis is a very good quarterback who was on horrific Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Blasphemy! The blasphemy!
Call it what you want. I'm telling you right now, Jameis Winston is going to have a good year with New Orleans.
How dare you say such a thing? That is insanity.
I said good. I didn't say great. He's going to have a good year this year. Michael Thomas is going to love playing with Jameis because Jameis will force feed him just like he force fed Mike Evans.
Yeah, but he'll also force feed interceptions all over the freaking football field. This is, sometimes you know what you're going to get. All right, this is not Forrest Gump. You know what you're going to get with Jameis Winston.
No. Jameis played on awful Bucks teams.
No, I'll give you that.
He played on some awful
And
teams.
I will also give you that I think that the head coach, obviously Bruce Arians, said, what the hell do we got to lose? Just throw the fucking ball. And that's what ended up happening. And a lot of those, I'll say at least 10 of those interceptions were because Arians said, just do it. But still 20 interceptions if you take away the 30. That's pathetic too up on top of it.
If you look, Bruce Arians, the first-year quarterback has in his system, Carson Palmer, Andrew Luck, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning. And they were all turnover-prone off the jump because his whole idea was, I want you to get uncomfortable. I want you to take the risks, and then we'll reel you back in. The way he went about the whole Jameis situation where he's like, well, he didn't play well the last 2 weeks of the season. Yeah, because he had a broken throwing hand. God forbid a quarterback with a broken throwing hand doesn't play well. That is what it is. Bruce stabbed him in the back. He got Tom Brady as an upgrade. That's why he did what he did. I'm fine with it. We'll call it.
Oh, I agree with you. That's exactly the reason, because it didn't matter. See, at that point, it didn't matter. Within the season, when he threw the last, 12 interceptions, it didn't freaking matter because they knew which way, the direction they were going.
Because, here's the thing. I look at Jameis, and he probably sat there for a year with a real mentor in Drew Brees, and Drew Brees said, hey, you know that 40-60 ball that you shouldn't throw? You do not need to throw that here, right? In Tampa, he had to throw some 40-60s because there was nothing going on. We had a running game. We had a bad offensive line, no tight ends, right? This was before O.J. Howard, who's still not good, but whatever, and all that other stuff. So, that was a really bad Bucs team. I think he gets a really bad rap for that. Whereas, you look at, Matthew Stafford when he was on bad Lions team. Right, people didn't bag him the whole time because he was on a shit team. Everybody knew he was on a shit team. You look at Sam Darnold, where we just earlier were like, well, he was in a really horrible situation. But Jameis doesn't get the same benefit of the doubt. And I get it. It's Florida State colored glasses, whatever. The Bucs drafted him, so I'm real partial to him. But I feel like he's going to do well with the New Orleans Saints under the tutelage and the guidance of Sean Payton and the guidance he had with Drew Brees and the weapons he's going to have with guys like Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara. I think Adam Trotman's going to take a massive step forward for them at tight end. I honestly, this is going to be probably the best team Jameis has ever played on. And I think because of that, he'll be able to elevate his game and cut down his mistakes, just like Andrew Luck was able to do as the Colts got better and Peyton was able to do as the Colts got better.
Exactly, but what's the over-under on his interceptions this year? Because I'm telling you right now, if it's not 17, then, that's where I think the number is. And 17 is going to get your ass handed to you in the NFL. This guy's going to throw – he's going to – if he makes those bad decisions, listen, I get what you're saying. And yes, Sean Payton probably sat him down and said, listen, you've thrown some balls that you had no business throwing because the coach told you to do so. You're not going to do it here. But that doesn't mean that he won't throw the interceptions because Sean Payton sat him down and said, listen, you're not going to be doing that. You either make good decisions or you don't. Now, Jameis Winston, I don't think makes good decisions. But, like you said, you do have a running game. There is no question the running game is solid. And if you're not watching Kamara thinking he's one of the best running backs, you're just not watching the game. Shit, everything I'm reading, they're saying that Tyson Hill is going to start and not Jameis Winston.
That's what Sean Payton wants. Sean Payton thinks he's going to turn Taysom Hill into Steve Young because Sean Payton's delusional at this point about what Taysom Hill really is.
I think I agree with you because you already know what I think about Taysom Hill. I don't think he's a good quarterback. I watched it, and it was pathetic. It was hard to watch. And by the way, That was hard to watch, by the way, just to let you know. Watching Hill quarterback those last few games of the season, it was pathetic. But in reality, this season here will be make or break for Jameis Winston. He'll either have a good season, he'll be in the NFL next year. If he has a bad season, they're going to cut ties. Every team will cut ties and won't have him unless he's like the third backup quarterback in an emergency situation. He is right now. He's got griddle marks on his ass because he is on the hot seat at the quarterback position if they start him, and that's going to be the big question. But here's where the thing I hate. I hate preseason football. I don't even watch it. It's pathetic. But here's the thing. Jameis Winston's going to have to play really well if he's going to end up getting that starting position. And I don't know if he's going to be capable against the seconds and thirds the last two preseason games. So,
I think Jameis' development's a lot like Favre's. I'm not saying he's Brett Favre, but I'm saying it's a lot like Favre's, where early on you're like, oh, my God, stop throwing those interceptions. Please stop throwing into double coverage. And Favre said, but I can. And you're like, but you shouldn't. Like don't. And Brett's like, but like 1 out of 5 times I complete it, it looks pretty cool. And you're like, please stop doing that.
Yes.
I think Jameis is a lot in that way, where Jameis is like, I can throw it into triple coverage and make the reception. I did it a lot in college. And everybody's like, well, this isn't college. Stop doing that. I mean, and like I said, the Bucs situation was the worst. You had the worst defenses. You had an awful team around them, and it just created a lot of bad habits. And I think it's the same thing as Sam Darnold, where you need a good coach to get him out of those bad habits. Look, Taysom Hill throws the prettiest ball in the dirt you're ever going to find. If the receiver runs a 10-yard out, Taysom's throwing a 7-yard. It's the most amazing thing you're ever going to see.
In other words, hitting him in stride is not his main forte, a la Eli Manning.
Hitting him at all is not his forte. Taysom Hill doesn't know what a completion is and in the dictionary. I mean, so, like, my thing, but by the end of week 4, Jameis Winston's going to take over that starting job. And what the Saints do from there will be very interesting to see. But, you just need a scaled-back Jameis at this point. Like, honestly, you need him to be Matt Stafford. Look, force the ball to Michael Thomas just like Stafford did to Calvin. Go ahead. But the one thing you're going to have here that Stafford never had is Alvin Kamara. So make sure you utilize him. Make sure you check down. Utilize this young tight end to Trotman. Jaquan Smith's going to go over the top for you, so you're still going to get to throw some bombs. Just take your time, breathe, take the extra half second to think, and I think it could work. I really think that this is a good situation for somebody as talented as Jameis for him to finally click. And like you said, if he doesn't, that's it. It's over. Call it a day. Yeah. You're a camp arm for the rest of the time. They bring you in for the preseason. They bring you in emergencies, and that's it.
Yeah. And so, Cuervo, I mean, who do you think will start, and what do you think about the Saints, where you got them finishing? Do you have them winning this division over the Tampa Bay Bucs? Not. Where do you think?
No, I got the Saints finishing second. This is another one of those things where I just think that they're so far ahead of Atlanta and Carolina that, they'll just finish second just because of that's the way the division's going to go. I think Jameis will start. Your over-under is 17. I'm going to say that Jameis Winston is the first quarterback to be part of the 40-40 club this year.
I hate everything about you. I hate everything about you. Hey, how's Tennessee? You know what? I was going to make a Tennessee volunteer crack, but my football team sucks too.
Yeah, Tennessee's awful.
No,
Jameis will start. But I think Michael Thomas. I love watching him play. But he needs to get his head out of his ass.
He does.
He needs to get his head out of his ass. I don't know if it's a matter of he's
bipolar. I mean, Jesus, the guy could be the sweetest dude 1 minute, and then you see what you're seeing right now from him.
Honestly, and by the way, the problem though, because I feel like the dude's just feeling sorry for himself for some reason. Like I honestly don't know
Wait. Are you seriously asking that question? What you think his problem is? Tyson Hill and Jameis Winston. He don't have Drew Brees on. Again, he'll rip on Drew Brees, but like you said, it's Drew Brees. He didn't have anybody throwing him the football. That's why he's pissed.
Michael Thomas's problem is that his uncle's Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah, that could be.
Oh boy,
he learned
that's a problem.
Yeah.
Well,
again, I know a lot about Keyshawn.
Yes.
I know a lot about Keyshawn.
Jesus, just watch him on ESPN in the morning. You know who he is. Now that said,
the morning radio show.
Yeah. Oh God, he's awful. Anyway, that said, okay, the Saints. They're are they a bubble team? Or are they not?
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs?
Are they a playoff team?
Yeah.
That's why I said so.
Yes.
Let's last week after I got to look at the whole NFC, and I can tell you whether they're in or they're out. Right now,
they're in.
I would say they're probably in just because they have that 7th team now, but it's going to be close.
Okay. I was going to ask, are they keeping the 7th team?
Are they keeping what?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, because I didn't know if they were keeping that 3rd wild card team or not.
No, they are keeping the 3rd wild card.
Interesting.
Yes, they are keeping the 3rd wild card. And which, by the way, before it was that, you could look at this and go, there's not a snowball chance in hell that team's going to get in. That third shot, that makes a very interesting bubble teams that God, what the hell are they doing there? They might slip their asses in there, that a la Dallas Cowboys. But things like that, it'll be really interesting. By the way, so I gotta find this because I had this down on the market down. That's what it was. It was if they have a crap year. Okay, Sean Payton will be the Dallas Cowboy or the Carolina Panther coach because I think what do we say, Cuervo? He's been in New Orleans forever. Peyton brought him to the Super Bowl. Probably could have got him 2, but bad, stupid calls and everything probably prevented them from getting another. So Sean Payton's a badass, and there's only really one team that could pay for Sean Payton, and that would be the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy is in so much. There's so much griddle marks on his ass. No one wants to eat the hamburger. Mike McCarthy might have been the biggest transitional coach just to get him to Sean Payton because they knew what was happening. They saw Drew Brees. They seen where he was at, and Sean Payton ain't going to hang around for too much of this. So it should be really interesting to see what the Saints do as far as, head coaching positions. So that being said, everybody has them in 2nd place within the division, correct, Jonathan? You got them in 2nd? And before we get to obviously the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, listen, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. When I did the workup and looking on it, this is not just a football team that is a good football team. This football team is far and above every other team within they're the best. They're the best football team in the NFL. I'm telling you right now, the Buccaneers. Forget Tom Brady. That defense is going to be crazy good. Not just good. They're going to be crazy good. And guess what? Then you can allow Tom Brady to throw the 3 or 4 extra interceptions and it won't freaking matter. And you're going to see Tom Brady taking a lot of risks that he probably wouldn't because he knows what defense that he has behind him. And this is yet another team that brought back every single one of them. All the starters sitting right there ready to go. And again, they're not just the best team in the NFL. They're by far the best team in the NFL. And I got all of it. I got all the stats. I got all the numbers. I got all the rankings. They're number 1 in everything. There is not one place where they are lesser than any other team in the NFL. You can debate quarterback all day long, but the GOAT is the GOAT. So outside of that, they got everything they need to win the Super Bowl. And by the way, if they don't, they'll be there again next year because guess what? They'll line up again. They'll line up again and do it again. And but I really found no holes. Now, I know Jonathan will look at it and find the holes. I'll go to Cuervo, and what do you look at as far as Tampa Bay are concerned? Are they the best team in the NFL, or are they just maybe one of the best top 5?
Well, I mean, if you break down like as far as like the core of things, wide receiver, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any debate that they're number 1. I don't know who you could even argue against, as a number 2. I just don't think Kansas City has the firepower that Tampa does, so you can't say that.
And Kansas City's defense is not even close.
Well, I'm just saying wide receiver cores, wide receivers alone. I mean, Buffalo might be just a notch below, but they're still not as deep as Tampa is. I mean, tight end, I mean, who else would you want to party with other than Rob Gronkowski, right? So
hell, I want to party with him, and I don't even drink.
So there you go.
Unless I'm in Vegas.
You'll drink with him, I'll tell you that.
I did.
But and what impresses me though too is how fast they were able to turn that offensive line around. That to me is a really impressive thing. But and then defensively, my favorite player is Devin White. I mean, Devin White is a stud, man. Between him and I think Antoine Winfield Jr. is going to be badass too. So those are the 2 guys that I'm looking for as far as that defense is concerned. But I like Shaq Barrett. Great they were able to keep him. Ndamukong Suh, as long as he's not kicking people in the face, he's a dominating tackle up front. Luckily for you guys, you got rid of Hargraves. That was good. I mean, he's a Florida Gator. You don't want him anyways. But, other than that, though, I mean, Tampa's solid all around. The only weakness that I see them having, and Jonathan's probably going to be like, you're crazy, is in the backfield. Because Ronald Jones, he gets hurt at times, and so there's no consistency there. Leonard Fournette, we'll see if he can stay healthy. I know he was pretty much healthy last year, so we'll see. We'll see. That's the only weakness that you might have with Tampa is in the backfield.
Go ahead, Jonathan. I don't want you to wrench your neck right there. Go ahead.
All right, let's get going on this. I love having a great defense again. Can I tell you how nice that is? Like, all the years that we sucked, the defense sucked. And, like, when we were good, in our history, in the Bucs' entire history, they always were led by a defense. When they made it to the NFC Championship game in 79, it was Leroy and Dewey Selman leading the way, right? And with that run from 99 to 02, you had Sapp, Brooks, Lynch, Barber. I mean, we always were built on great defense. And now that we have that again, and that great defense, I'll tell you what, the D-line, that anchor of Vita Vea, he was injured for most of the regular season, came back for the playoffs, and was a monster. Nobody that big should be able to move that fast. Revisionist history, I didn't want Vita Vea in that draft. I wanted Derwin James. We needed a safety really bad, and he came from Florida State. I'm glad we drafted Vita Vea. He's been great for us. Ndamukong Suh and William Golson are serviceable, fine, average guys at this point in their careers. We're not expecting them to rush the passer. They're there just to clog up tackles, right? At the edge, we have Jason Pierre-Paul and we have Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett has been a hell of a find for us. We pulled him out of Denver where he was a backup.
Good player.
And Jason Pierre-Paul has revitalized his entire career. He came home and he has rediscovered the joy of playing football. And I was really concerned when we brought him in because I thought he might have been done, especially after the fireworks incident. But he really has rededicated himself to his craft and created just a terrifying bookend rushers for this defense. And you saw that in the Super Bowl where they just kept getting after Patrick Mahomes. You saw it in the NFC Championship game when Tom Brady threw those 3 picks back to back. And those 2 guys said, no, we're not losing this game, and got after Aaron for 4 sacks. That was
absolutely
awesome. Looking at the linebacking core, which really is just the interior backers, we don't ask Pierre-Paul or Shaq to really go and drop into coverage. Devin White and Levante David is the best linebacking tandem in the NFL.
Absolutely.
Levante David. So I have one new Bucs jersey. I haven't bought a Bucs jersey in a long time, and I mean a long time, because I hated the last ones with the alarm clock numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Levante David Super Bowl jersey because Levante is my guy. He's been with us through thick and thin. He's a smart guy. He's a great leader. Devin White is an outstanding linebacker.
Yes.
I mean, he is so fast and he's so big. It's one of those. He reminds me a lot of Patrick Willis and Luke Kuechly, Brian Urlacher, those massively big middle linebackers that are just faster than they should be. Looking at safeties, Antoine Winfield Jr., I loved him in college. I loved watching his dad play. I love having him on the Bucs. I mean, I wanted him really bad in the draft. I was concerned we weren't going to take him. We did, and he has been nothing but a standout for us. Jordan Whitehead's been a very good thumper safety for us. He rotates with Mike Edwards. Our corners are really the weakness of the defense. Carlton Davis is a very good corner, but he definitely got exposed at times last year. Tyreek Hill, the first time we played them in the regular season, had 200 yards and 3 touchdowns against them, which is why we switched to a zone defense. We played cover 3 in the Super Bowl. Jamal Dean worked really well on the outside in tandem with him. He can be exposed by his lack of height at times. And Sean Murphy Bunting gets big turnovers, but he gets cooked a lot. Like, he gets cooked a lot. Slot guys will eat him alive. So he just can be a little too aggressive at times. But like, the turnovers, when they happen, they change games. So this defense I expect to be top in the NFL once
Absolutely.
again.
Absolutely. And by the way, I did my own rankings and everything.
Yeah.
And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the lower the number for the rankings, the better.
Right.
Yeah, obviously. And they're single digit in every single category except running back. Every single category. And listen, when you got that, and there's, by the way, no one's even close. Okay. And by the way, just to let everybody know, I did a total of 9 categories for a football team. And I didn't even talk about kicker. I don't care about kickers. I don't give a rip. So I don't even look at them. They're a worthless position. Outside of that, that would have been 10 if I counted them. So, and they're single digits in every single one except running back. And running back, who knows what will end up happening? Because guess what? If they pay too much attention to the wide receivers, those running backs are going to run. So, there's 6 one, half a dozen the other with the weapons that are going to be coming your way from Tampa Bay in order for anybody. See, I got them in the AFC Championship game, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. And you said it, Jonathan. Those 3 picks from Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, the defense said, we're not losing this one, and that came from the defense, and their defense is they're just head above everybody else within there, and all positions out on the football field, excluding kicker. I don't even know who's kicking. I don't care. So
can we all give Todd Bowles a round of applause for the
absolutely
job he did last year? I mean, that's a guy who realized, like, I was the only person in Tampa who said, "Give me the Saints a third time, give me the Saints," and everybody's like, "That's dumb. You're going to lose." I'm like, "No, we're not." Because I trusted Todd Bowles to figure it out. Todd Bowles switched to a press cover 2 against the Saints, and it just stymied that offense, mainly because Drew Brees couldn't drive the ball, as Mike Thomas was not afraid to point out. He switched to a cover 3 when it came to the Chiefs, after realized that man didn't work, cover 2 didn't work, right? Against the Packers, we were down to our 4th and 5th safety options due to injury, and that defense did not fall completely apart. Like,
I remember that game. They stayed in solid because, like you said, a lot of them were going. It was like every other play, a player was going down. You're like, Jesus, they're going to lose this game.
And that was the major concern, was the injuries were just piling up. Now, looking at the offense, this offensive line is outstanding. Tristan Wirfs was an amazing right tackle last year. Ryan Jensen and Alex Kapler are very good at their positions, center or right guard. Ali Marpet is a great left guard. Donovan Smith turned his career around. Like Donovan Smith was dead weight. And when he re-signed with the Bucks, Cam Jordan and all the other Saints rush ends were like celebrating it because he had just been bad. And he really rededicated and figured it out. At receiver, obviously, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin are absolutely phenomenal. Scotty Miller's great. Tyler Johnson was great.
I like Tyler Johnson. He's gonna make some noise this year because everybody else, if they're gonna cover him, they're gonna cover him, and it's gonna leave him open.
I mean, they're 5 deep at receiver. Not many teams can say that. And Antonio Brown, as much as I don't like him as a human being, he's a fine football player. I mean, he's a good football player. It was funny, though, how in the playoffs, Tom decided he was going to lean on Antonio and Gronk more than he was the other guys, almost as a show-me thing. That kind of bothered me a little bit. But at running back, we're perfectly fine. All y'all knock it off.
Wait. When we say, listen, when I say that, I mean, that's the only position they're lacking, if you want to call it lacking.
Outside of Ronald Jones's family, I'm the only other person who believes in him. That man has been nothing but good for us. Leonard Fournette is a great number 2. The problem with both of them is they can't catch.
Yeah, so exactly.
He picked up Giovanni Bernard to be the pass catching back, and he's excellent in that.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. When they signed him, I was like, and they knew where their deficiency was because that's all Bernard is. So they knew their deficiency and they marked up for it. And so you watch for Gian on 2nd and 3rd. He won't be on the field on 1st down, but 2nd and 3rd, you watch him sneak out of there. Yeah. He's going to be one of the best. And Tom Brady will have his eyes on.
Oh yeah, we kept saying, when's Tom going to get his James White? Like, he's got to get his James White, and we finally got him one in Gio Bernard. I'm really excited about that. And as much as, I get annoyed by the fact that Brady gets all the credit for every game we've won ever last season, he did play at a top 5 level. I mean, he was really consistent. Outside of the Green Bay game, he didn't have too many "what are you doing" lapses. It was
in the Super Bowl. Those three interceptions, man. They're just lucky the defense stepped up in that game.
Because I mean, outside of that, he was very safe with the football. It was all about quick throws. I mean, we thought that Brady or Arians, one of them wouldn't make it through the end of the year because they were fighting most of the season over how to utilize.
Guys.
Okay, he's gonna bail for a second. He's got to answer because we're actually over our time. I go until I'm done. So I said it. It's usually 3 hours, but I agreed. And think about that. And I'm just gonna do mark my word on this.
Yeah,
on this.
I want to hear it.
Well, you're not gonna like it, but
that's fine.
But it's not gonna affect the team because, like you said, they're so deep at wide receiver. And this is just because you can see a guy do what he does, and you can expect the guy to go back to where he was because he's got the Super Bowl ring. Mark my words, I'm telling you right now, Antonio Brown will become an issue on this football team because he's got the ring, and this all depends on if Tom Brady can corral him or not, and I don't think they will because he's got the ring now. So I'm telling, mark my word is that he's going to get cut before week 8. But it won't matter. It won't matter because of the other production that is out there. Like you said, they're almost 6 deep at wide receiver because their 5th and 6th could be a 3rd on any other football team in the NFL. So, you like you said, the depth of this football team is up on top of them being ranked number, the best in every freaking position out there. They got guys that could go on and be a superstar someplace else, but they're going to hang out and they're going to collect the rings until they go away, and they're just and that'll be good for them. It's not a great mark my word. It's just knowing who I know, who is Antonio Brown. And Antonio Brown, hey, I hope just more than the fact, and by the way, just let everybody know, I can't stand the guy, and I complimented him the whole year last year. He was a professional football player last year, and he did not have to be that guy. And that was the most important thing. Now, whether or not Tom Brady can have him do it for a second year, I don't know if he can. If anybody can do it, would be Tom Brady, and it's going to be Tom Brady only because he's not listening to anybody but Tom Brady. And Cuervo is agreeing with me and disagreeing with me. I don't know.
Oh, I'm agreeing.
By week 8, mark my words, I think that Antonio Brown will show his ass, and then they'll say, "Listen, you're not part of this football team. You're not thinking the same way. You're gone." You know. So
he's on a 1 strike. Bruce Arians didn't want him back. He just kept annoying him, and Godwin got hurt, and Evans got hurt. Arians said, "Fine, okay, shut up, you got him." Arians did not want Antonio Brown in that room.
Yep.
So all it takes is one mistake by Antonio Brown, and he's gone because Arians told him he's on a 1 strike. I'm not here for your games.
So now Cuervo, that'll be all on Tom Brady to get that corralled and get it up there. But I don't think he's got that Super Bowl ring now. So the rest of it is gravy for him, and someone will pick him up. By the way, someone will pick him up.
Well, it was
he ain't going nowhere.
Nobody else wanted him. Like he had to come back to the Bucs because he couldn't get a real offer from anybody else.
But you don't think he can get a real offer today? Absolutely, he can. Yeah, absolutely. And it's real simple, and the reason why this is the NFL. He is a classic example of being able to have a very good season. Not a great season, but I'm telling you right now, if they let him go by week 8, that guy's going to be on a football team. I can't stand the guy. I think he's a punk. I'd slap the hell out of him if he was standing right in front of me. But I'm telling you right now, the NFL, when you got Josh Gordon getting a 9th shot at the NFL, teams are out there. They're going to take the guy and take a chance on the guy.
Mark my words, the Bucs will make the playoffs.
Oh, mark my words. They're going to make the NFC.
Well, talk about cop-out statements. Holy crap.
And they're going to make the NFC Championship game. I already got them in there. It's based up on who else is going to be there at that time. That part I can't figure out yet. But the Bucs are there.
Step it up for you. Mark my words, the Bucs will win the NFC South.
Oh, man. Woo!
Man, you went on a limb on that one.
I'll put the cherry on top. The Bucs will win week 1. Mark my words. How about that?
Okay. By the way, they got the Cowboys week 1, right?
Yeah.
Opening night, yeah.
That's going to be really interesting game, and obviously, the story. Now we covered it all since I got. How much time you got, Cuervo? I know I'm stealing. I know your old lady's working, and I don't know how much homework you got.
Well, the homework is just about done, but that was her calling to say that she's on her way home already from school.
So
they got an early release. So when she heard you in the background, you guys are still on. I'm like,
my wife says that all the time. How the hell are you on there for 3 hours? Hey, and you're just lucky I was ready to be done because I can find something to talk about.
Hey, it's all good, guys. But can I say something about Antonio Brown real quick? Since you guys brought up Antonio Brown. Here's my thing about Antonio Brown. Look, we may have made fun of him for the blonde hair and the blonde mustache and
that was bad.
The way he was acting but in all seriousness, we always felt that he had like a mental issue going on, right? And that may be the case. But here's the thing about Antonio Brown. Here's what I get, the vibe that I get from Antonio Brown. He's the type of guy that when he trusts somebody, when he's got that feeling and he knows that he can trust someone, he's going to do everything he can to be loyal to that person and not want to disappoint that person. And that person for him now in his life, outside of family, that one guy is Tom Brady. And I think what's that?
So he's Dennis Rodman and Tom Brady's is Michael Jordan.
You could say that. I mean, going to grab him in his room, being late for practice, and Carmen Electra answers the door. But that's for another conversation, right?
Yeah, another guy.
So Brady is that guy for him. He trusts Brady. Brady's been somebody that's believed in him and all that other nonsense, right?
Wait a second.
So here's the thing.
Wait, listen, that relationship with Big Ben, that's all Big Ben was doing was throwing the football. So how do you lose trust in Big Ben? I mean, so I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think he felt like Ben kind of
dissed him.
I don't know if stabbed him in the back is the right way. But he I think he tried to put some of the blame on Brown for the shortfalls that the Steelers had, in opportunity.
Oh, he did. It's a tough love because it was true. Listen. We can talk about backgrounds of guys, and if you want to talk Ben Roethlisberger, you can talk. But Ben Roethlisberger is a freaking Hall of Fame quarterback, and the guy lipping that he's not getting the ball or something's problem. If you can't get along with Big Ben and he's throwing the ball to you 70% of the time, then you got a problem in your own head. And that's where I wonder about if he's matured or will he fall back to the guy that he always is. Guess what? Most guys like him fall back to those guys, not once, not twice, but usually 3 or 4 times. And guess what? He's on number 3. He's got one more left in him. And even Tom Brady might not be able to corral him after he's got that Super Bowl ring. That's what I don't know. So interestingly enough, that whole team aspect, again, you lose Antonio Brown, you still got 2 right behind him because Antonio Brown's number 3. He's number 3 on that list, and it might even be number 4 in reality. But when you're Antonio Brown, you get the respect to push you up to number 3.
I love Scotty Miller, by the way. I love Scotty Miller because, and especially that's nice. And I'll never forget that sweet touchdown right before halftime against Green Bay in the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm. I understand that.
Thank God for Scotty Miller.
I called that play.
Yeah.
Over the top of Scotty. That is all that play's called. Over the top to Scotty. He does it every time. You're like, wow, the defense is really pressing here. Just wait a second.
Just wait. Just wait. So, but that being said, okay, so we got everybody set, and I didn't think this was going to be too hard in reality because of the divisions. But interesting talk through the whole thing. One piece of news that I wanted to get out before Cuervo has got to bail because the old lady is going to be walking through the door fairly soon. I want to get the idea. We talk about it on this show, Cuervo, quite a bit, okay? And we talk about the divas of the NFL is the Dallas Cowboys. I get to hear it all day long. God, if I hear anybody stroke everybody's ego again around here in Dallas radio, I just want to puke. But this was
I feel bad for you, Sonny.
It's god awful. But that's being said, I'm going to put this up here is that the Dallas Cowboys puts this out, and I just found it very interesting. And it's not a setback. It's not a reason to worry, but Dak Prescott is planning on getting another MRI.
Why would they put that out there?
Yeah, what exactly? And that is the point. That was a freaking thing to keep them talking about the Dallas Cowboys because guess what? There's nothing wrong with Dak Prescott. Because number one, they don't have to report in training camp the severity of the injury more so than starting in week number 1 when the rules are more stringent on the reporting. So this is preseason. They didn't have to put that out there. Like you said, Cuervo, this was something to get people to talk about the Dallas Cowboys to keep them number 1 in all of the, tagging and all that crap I don't understand, get, or care about. But Dak Prescott, not only does he have the problem with his foot, there was a shoulder injury that they were actually talking about. They said today that that's not an issue. So lots of jibber jabber happening now at the Dallas Cowboy camp. Like this isn't any great big surprise, Cuervo. It happens every year.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, Dallas always finds a way to stay in the headlines. And aren't they on which show is it that they're on this year? Was it Hard Knocks?
Yeah, they're on Hard Knocks. I haven't watched it. I watched the one that they were on Amazon a couple of years ago. That one was very good. I don't have it in me to watch the one that's happening on Hard Knocks, but because I think Amazon's show is better than Hard Knocks anyway. That's number one. Number two, it's almost a kiss of death of being on freaking Hard Knocks anyway. So that's another thing to keep in when we start talking NFC East, where the Dallas Cowboys will end up, because that's almost the kiss of death to be on that. So it's just like, oh my God. So up on top of that, the Dallas Cowboys are a football team that right now are wading the waters, and they're gonna what's the term where they're gonna paddle Dak on the head and say, just sit down and relax. And if Dak Prescott plays in any preseason game except the last one, and I don't know if he did it last night or not, I don't know. But that would be the dumbest thing that this football team can do. They got way too much money invested in him. And that's another reason why the Sean Payton thing is such an interesting story. Because if the Dallas Cowboys suck it up this year, they will break their neck to try to bring Sean Payton. And Sean Payton's going to be the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys. You can mark, I don't know when it's going to happen, but if it's not him, who else can it be? There's not enough quality. Remember, this is the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Mike McCarthy was a questionable hire in the first place, but he's got the creds, he's got the ring. So that's the reason why he brought it in. But outside of that, I don't think there's any other coach, because for some reason, and this is the Dallas Cowboys, this offensive coordinator that they got, his name's slipping my mind, he sucks that bad. And they're thinking of what's his name?
Kellen Moore.
Oh my God.
The Boise State legend.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my, so they're not, and if they upgrade to Kellen Moore, that will just go to show that Jerry Jones needs to freaking get off and start taking his meds, because Kellen Moore should not coach the Dallas Cowboys. This is the Dallas Cowboys, for God's sake, not the freaking, what's the worst team, Carolina Panthers. Or whatever the case may be. Yes,
Houston, Texans. You don't have to go that far.
Hey, Sonny, I heard they might give Troy Aikman a shot at being the head coach.
Are you serious? Did you hear that? I don't know. I'm asking because I try not to listen to Dallas local radio.
You don't imagine if it was true.
I knew what you were doing. Yeah, I heard Michael Irvin's going to be offensive coordinator.
Michael Irvin, yeah, there you go. God, send him a pair of scissors, and if he pisses you off, you might get stabbed with them. I mean, Jesus Christ,
I can't stand this ball.
I cannot stand that guy. I'm met him, and that, and by the way, he's got a reputation already, right? You meet him, and it just cements the fact that you can't stand this guy. Not only that, he's a terrible human being.
That was terrible. Crazy knucklehead, terrible.
Terrible human being. It's just like. But by the way, so I'm going to throw this out here since we got one, and one more time. There was a Hall of Fame induction at the wide receiver position for the Dallas Cowboys. Mr. Drew Pearson is finally in the Hall of Fame. And all I got to say is we've decided that the Hall of Fame is the place for Hall of Good. That's what we decided. And because you've seen some of these guys that are getting out there, they're great. They're great players, but they're not Hall of Fame. Hall of Good, Hall of Great. Listen, Drew Pearson, he makes one catch, and this is you're anointing a guy for making a catch. One catch, by the way. Drew Pearson is not a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I said it, Dallas area. Drew Pearson, and I love him. I've met him, and I like him. He's not a Hall of Famer. It's just a stretch in reality, because there are much more able people out there that should get the opportunity. Jonathan, tell me I'm nuts.
I believe to be a Hall of Fame player, you have to be one of the best at your position at a given time. And I don't know if Drew Pearson ever was.
Wow. Cuervo, what do you think? I thought I was going to get beat up here, because that was my last question. If we had a little time to talk about, I thought I'd get beat up on this one. I know I'm getting beat up around here because I've already mentioned to some people, what do you mean? The Dallas Cowboys overreaction of how great their teams were and the players were. So Cuervo, is Drew Pearson a Hall of Famer in your eyes?
I mean, I don't know either. I don't think so either. Just because, based on what I hear or what you, Drew Pearson at any point in time was not the best at his position.
I agree.
And that's the same argument I made last week. Jonathan, I need your backup on this. Because Mr. Sonny Clark here, Mr. Sonny Clark, that guy up there, him,
me?
Yeah, him, does not believe, and maybe this might come back to bite me in the ass, but I'm saying it because there was a point in time in Calvin Johnson's career that he was considered the best wide receiver in the NFL.
Best receiver ever. I will not hear another argument. Calvin Johnson is the best receiver to ever step on a football field.
Really?
Ever. I love
Did he
Jerry
come out
Rice.
of Florida or something?
No, he came from Georgia Tech. I love Jerry Rice. I think Jerry Rice is amazing. Randy Moss was a really good player as well. But Calvin Johnson, if you take into account what he was, and if he had an additional 10 years on his numbers, just like Jerry Rice and everybody else, would shatter the records. He's
blasphemy! The blasphemy!
He's the best receiver I have ever seen play football. And that is a lot of guys.
How dare you say such a thing? That is insanity.
I don't even have a react.
Do you only have the Stephen A. clips for me?
Yeah.
No, I get them too. I get them too sometimes.
All right, then this one, right?
This is total BS.
Total BS. That's the Calvin Johnson is the best wide receiver to ever play the game. I don't know. I guess. I can't believe you. I can't believe you said that.
340, doesn't drop the ball, stretches the field, makes contested catches, probably holds the record for most triple coverage catches ever. Calvin Johnson, if he was on a playoff team, would have 17 rings. That guy was out.
Coulda, shoulda, and guess what? And guess what? And guess what? Players who are in that woulda, coulda, shoulda that do it.
No, stop evading. Sonny, I need you to name 10 receivers who were better than Calvin Johnson. All time, 10. 10.
Listen. I can probably name 20.
No, you can't. That's a lie.
I can probably name, if I sit down and I look at the list, I can probably get 20. Listen, I'm not debating whether or not.
In the same class as Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens.
By the way, please tell me Isaac Bruce is on that list so I can officially resign from being your co-host, Sonny.
No, he is not.
Bruce is not
Are you
better
kidding
than
me?
Calvin.
Isaac freaking Bruce?
No.
What a joke. Isaac Bruce was average. He was average.
Whoa.
He was average.
He was pretty awesome.
He was pretty awesome.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer. But if there's a Hall of Great, I'm putting Isaac Bruce in there.
Isaac Bruce is in the Hall of Good. He's in the Hall of Good.
He was a damn good receiver for a hot stretch, but he doesn't fit my qualifications of being the best at his position in his era, right? Calvin was the best receiver in the NFL for multiple years. That wasn't even a question. Post Randy Moss, he was the guy.
Okay, all right. So you can say post Randy Moss all day long, but if you're talking about players that were better than him, Randy Moss is definitely better than him. Jerry Rice is the GOAT of all GOATs at the wide receiver position. And by the way, just to let you know, Calvin Johnson couldn't lick the sweat off of Jerry Rice's jock. That's number one. Marvin Harrison's better than him. Terrell Owens is better than him. Larry Fitzgerald is better than him. Chris Carter is better than him. Even Steve Largent is better than him. There are many.
Sonny, I know you don't drink, but you definitely snort something. You whack. You are whack.
Blasphemy.
Hey, you know what? How many Super Bowl rings does he have?
That doesn't matter.
Then why is Eli Manning going to get into the Hall of Fame?
He shouldn't.
He shouldn't.
Doesn't matter.
But hold on, wait. He's going to. Are you going to sit here and say that he is not going to be into the Hall of Fame?
No. I'm not doing this dumbass circle argument. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right.
We'll get in because of his last name.
Eli Manning's going to be in the Hall of Fame, so Calvin Johnson doesn't deserve to be in there. They're not even the same. There's nothing equal there. There's nothing. You know who has no Super Bowl rings? Randy Moss. So he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame? You know who has no Super Bowl rings? Dan Marino. He don't belong in the Hall of Fame.
Whoa. Okay, now before we go too much deeper, I get what you're saying about them not having Super Bowl rings, but you're talking about some of the guys in the new era of football. It's based upon whether or not that you're going to bring home a ring.
Steve Largent never won a Super Bowl, but he's better than Calvin and deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. That's a lie. Stop lying.
As a quarterback, it matters, but any other position, I don't think it should matter.
Matters there. You're telling me Dan Marino's a bum because he didn't win one, but Trent
No,
Dilfer's in the Hall of Fame?
but look at the era that he played in at that point, though.
Look at the era. I'm sorry. It still takes one team to win a Super Bowl.
I get that, but wait. Listen, Calvin Johnson. Okay, listen, and this is off the top of my head. Okay, and I could be wrong, but I cannot think of more than twice where he led the freaking NFL in receiving. Not more than twice. Okay?
There's a difference, though, Sonny. There's a difference between statistically being the best and you ask around who's the best receiver in the game. Calvin Johnson was the name 5 years ago, 8 years ago. He was the name. He was the guy you were reaching to draft in your fantasy league. And I know that that's a stupid way to debate it, but my point is it's the best. He was the best in the game, period. Hands down. He was the best in the game.
Listen, I watched the damn games, and I know they didn't win a lot of football games. And listen, hold on before you rip my head off on that statement. Listen, guys that are that great help you win football games. Okay.
Oh, my bad. Because the Lions, when they make the playoffs, and it was just Matt Stafford throwing to Calvin Johnson, it clearly he had nothing to do with it.
Okay. All right. So, and that's another point that I look at as far as that. That's the only guy he could throw the football to because he couldn't find a tight end to save his life. Okay, that's number one.
Yeah. You don't tell me Brandon Pettigrew.
Yes, he did. He needed to find the tight end. The reason why they weren't winning football games and making the playoffs is because it was a main target. It's like Dirk Nowitzki, the most overrated NBA player to ever play the game because they had nobody else, and that's all they were doing was feeding them the ball.
Are we really saying that the Lions, who have been a joke for 50 years, the Lions, because they didn't make the playoffs because they had one receiver, aren't good?
Excuse me? What? Listen, I just Hall of Good, maybe even Hall of Great, but not Hall of Fame. I don't think he's there.
Oh my God!
So okay, is Frank Gore Hall of Famer?
No, he's Hall of Good.
Okay, there we go.
But he ain't average like you keep saying he is. He ain't a bum. Frank Gore is a good running back, but he's not great.
See, and I guess that's a matter of opinion because listen, Matthew Stafford was a halfway decent quarterback. Okay, now granted, the coaching staff. Listen, one of the reasons why the Lions could not win a football game is because the coaching staff. I'm not even going to question that all day long.
Why is it Calvin Johnson's fault?
Well, the reason why is because just like at any other position, when you are that good, you make others better. Whether it's the quarterback throwing them the football, or if you're the quarterback, you're throwing the football and you make other guys good. Calvin Johnson could not make Matthew Stafford a good quarterback.
That's stupid. Randy Moss never won a ring. He made Dante Culpepper a decent quarterback. Matthew Stafford only had Calvin. You can't name me the number 2 receiver or the number 1 tight end on those Lions teams. I can name them.
Well, hold on. I could name the tight ends because he never threw to him, and I bitched about it. Hey, Cuervo, how many years did we pray and beg for the Detroit Lions to be good? Obviously, outside within your division, but we always thought that they had the goods to get it done, but they couldn't get up over the hump. Was it Calvin Johnson's fault? Maybe. Was it Matthew Stafford's fault? I don't know. But more than the fact.
Is Barry Sanders not a Hall of Famer then?
Who?
Is Barry Sanders not a Hall of Famer?
Well, hold on. Now you're
No.
Listen, if you want to talk insanity, you can do that all day long. Okay.
You don't get the weasel now. You created an argument based off of a fallacy. If you're telling me that fallacy doesn't apply and you have a new fallacy, then bring that to the table the first time. But you said rings. He ain't got rings. You said it had to be winning. He ain't got winning. So you're saying Barry Sanders ain't a Hall of Famer, then Calvin Johnson ain't a Hall of Famer.
No. See, but you're talking apples and oranges, okay? Because I watched him more so, and the way he made people move. And guess what?
So you watched more
I might
Barry,
be wrong in this, but not too many people worried about the Detroit Lions and Calvin Johnson. Sorry, they didn't.
Because you didn't watch Calvin Johnson play, he's not good?
No. I watched Calvin Johnson play, and I also watched Barry play. And Barry made people miss every single time.
And Calvin jumped over every defender ever.
Oh, and that takes a lot of talent then? Is that what you're saying? It takes a lot of talent to jump up higher and still not win football games.
But it's one receiver. There's 10 other guys that got to help him win on offense, and then there's 11 on defense.
I get it. I'm just saying I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
But you don't, because your argument is invalid.
No, it just depends on what your definition of the argument is. Okay, listen, you're saying Calvin Johnson is the best. You're saying Calvin Johnson is the best wide receiver that has ever played the game. And if you thought I was nuts, I think maybe you might be nuts, because Calvin Johnson is not the best wide receiver to play this game.
Because you're going to say Jerry Rice.
It's not even close. No, it's not even close. I just named off the guys that were better than him.
Most people are going to say Jerry Rice because everybody's told him it's Jerry Rice, because everybody over 30 says it's Jerry Rice. Just like everybody said Joe Montana was the greatest quarterback of all time. Joe Montana had rings. That didn't make him the best quarterback of all time. It meant he was on awesome teams. The rings argument is a fallacy. The whole his team won thing is a fallacy.
No, wait. If you think the rings are a fallacy, to get you in there, I will tell you that you might be mistaken. Now,
no. Whatever they use is not what I'm saying is used. That's a fallacy argument. Trent Dilfer is not a Hall of Fame quarterback with a ring. Jeff Hostetler, Phil Simms is not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Phil Simms should be.
Why?
Because he was that great. Because of the era. There's a difference.
He wasn't even the best quarterback. He wasn't close to being a top 5 quarterback of that era. Joe Montana was better than him. Dan Marino ran dogs.
Hold on. I'm thinking. Oh, wait a second. I'm thinking of somebody else. Sorry, I am wrong about that.
Is Fran Tarkenton a Hall of Famer? Is Fran Tarkenton a Hall of Famer?
I'd have to look. He's damn
Jim
close.
Kelly a Hall of Famer?
Who?
Jim Kelly.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Is Andre Reed a Hall of Famer?
Well, he shouldn't be, but he is.
Why?
Just a personal opinion.
That was one of the best receivers of his era. Jerry was one, and then Andre was within the next 4.
Hey, you're gonna keep it up on my thing. He didn't get the job done with the guy. They didn't get the job done. How many Super Bowls were they in?
It takes 22 guys to win a Super Bowl. He made 4 straight.
I understand.
That's an accomplishment enough. It's not his fault that the defense gave up 52 points.
I get it.
Or that Scott Norwood misses wide left. Like, this is my thing. Like, it's not Andre Reed's fault the kicker can't do his job. It's not Andre Reed's fault the defense can't stop nobody. So why isn't he a Hall of Famer?
Now can I fess up? I got him going on purpose because he's so much fun to watch. By the way, Cuervo, he is so much fun to watch. By the way,
every time.
I let him roll on this one. It's just so much fun with it, and I did it on purpose. It was so much fun. By the way, Calvin Johnson is a Hall of Famer. I'm just having so much fun with you. But him being the best wide receiver to play the game, you are smoking. Can I have a hit? Do you have any? I'll take a hit.
I got a pack of Winston.
You know what though? I'm in the minority. In saying that someone other than Jerry Rice is the greatest receiver of all time too.
Yeah, so I know you think it's.
I'm in the minority with you on that.
You think it's Randy? I don't think.
Moss is my guy. Moss is my guy.
I will have the argument, and here's what I'll say: Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, and Calvin Johnson were the best receivers of their generations.
Okay.
So, however you want to rank them, they're top 3.
Okay.
I think that I don't even think that's an argument. They're clearly top 3. I thought Terrell Owens put up great numbers,
Absolutely.
but he's not better than Randy Moss. And they're the same generation. Is how I look at it.
Okay.
Oh, you think T.O.'s better than Randy?
Absolutely.
I want to believe that, but I'm just not entirely sold on it.
But and that's a matter. Just really quick as far
I think
as
it is
that,
splitting hairs on those two.
The reason why I say Jerry Rice is for one reason, okay, because after Jerry Rice, the way the game is played, they were hanging all over Jerry Rice. Could you imagine them not hanging on Jerry Rice? How many more yards he would? No one's going to catch him anyway. But could you imagine how many more yards they could if they had all the flags being thrown all over the place? That's the reason why when I look at Jerry Rice, listen, it's not Calvin Johnson. He is a Hall of Famer. I just had so much fun with you. I knew you were going to go that route.
That's the Michael Jordan argument, by the way. The game, they changed the game.
Yes,
so because
exactly.
They changed the game, it's like I would say then that like Peyton Manning changed the game because they had to change pass interference just so he could beat the Patriots.
Absolutely,
right?
Boy, Cuervo, you need to beat him up for that. He ain't liking that answer.
But it's true. Like as much as that tastes bad, but like I understand the argument of the game changed. They played in a tougher game that makes them better. That's why there will never be a running back better than Barry Sanders. And I know that Cuervo's going to say Walter Payton.
I'm going to say Walter Payton too.
I love Walter, but like imagine if Barry was on a competent team
and had more years
now
and had more years. Yeah,
because like Emmitt Smith, my biggest thing on Emmitt Smith was. You played behind the best offensive line of all time.
It's the reason why I don't think that's why I don't have him as number ones, because if I'm telling you right now, if Walter Payton had that offensive line of the Dallas Cowboys, Cuervo, no one would catch him. I mean, no one would catch him.
Barry would have had 20,000 rushing yards. I'm telling you right now, he would have
that too.
But like these are these debates, because they're very interesting, is the same reason my grandfather says Johnny Unitas is the best quarterback of all time.
Yeah,
because football was so hard to be a quarterback back then.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, the talent they had to play. And you want to talk about lifting players to be great. Yeah. Johnny U is one of those guys that just, made guys. It's kind of like Peyton Manning made Austin Collie a regular name. I mean, good God, Austin Collie, no one ever heard of him before Peyton Manning was throwing the football to him, and he wouldn't amounted to anything but being the guy on the team without Peyton.
Right. Brandon Stokely.
Yep,
Stokely
is another one. Good point.
That Peyton just created.
Yes.
But that's why usually I like to speak in more concrete terms of he was the best player of his era. Because the eras can change so vast in so many ways, just the way they call the game. Yep. Think about the differences that Joe Montana and Johnny Unitas would have if they played today compared to when they did, because they changed pass interference rules and everything else. Receivers used to get snot beat out. I mean, imagine Lynn Swann. Imagine Lynn Swann in the 90s compared to the 70s.
Oh, absolutely. That's a good one. That's a good one. Lynn Swann was amazing. I mean, he still caught the football, which was up on top of that. So I had so much fun with you with the Calvin Johnson thing, just to have fun. I made mention just as a joke, but I firmly believe if Calvin Johnson was on a different football team, he'd probably have 2 or 3 rings. It is too bad of the actual running of the football team or maybe not running, but running into the ground that the Detroit Lions have been for over 50 years. It's pretty pathetic, in reality. And I lived in Detroit. I tried to root for. Well, I did. I rooted for him. Just unfortunately, they never did anything with it. But Calvin Johnson, listen. He was blessed with the height too, so that helped him big time. Which
he knew how to use it.
Yeah, that's the different. And the problem is Matthew Stafford. He should have had at least 30 more touchdowns to his number, but Matthew Stafford couldn't deliver the damn ball. But that also being said, the problem with that is everybody was zeroing in on him because Matthew Stafford would not throw the fucking football anyplace else but to him. I mean, we talked about it. What Cuervo, the tight end position? You know how many times Pollard was open when they threw the ball? We did it. We watched it. Pollard, the tight end for the Detroit Lions, when he played, when they were throwing the ball to Calvin Johnson, Pollard was open more so than them throwing into double, sometimes even triple coverage to Calvin Johnson to try to force it instead of getting a wide open Pollard. It was pathetic. I remember screaming at the screen saying, "Throw it to the tight end for God's sake!" And he never did. So, but it is what it is.
Brandon Pettigrew.
Another one.
Brandon Pettigrew, who
super. By the way, really good football player.
Mm-hmm.
Really good football player. Could get open too.
And then they drafted Eric Ebron, let him go to waste.
They let him go. Oh my God, Eric Ebron, they let him go. That's sad. So good stuff. Oh my God, we have been on air for 4 hours, and and your old lady left, and then she's coming home early. Is that what it is?
Yeah, she got out of school early. Luckily, it's a little ways away, so I had a little time.
Got it.
But, yeah,
nothing but love, and nothing. I knew I could get the blood rolling on Johnathan. I knew it.
No, I was not expecting Johnathan to say that he thought Calvin was the GOAT.
Well,
I was like, whoa.
Well, by the way, I still don't agree with that, but I knew I could have fun with him.
You're talking 3 different eras right here. All believe that the receiver of their generation is the best. That's all this is. Like
Wait a second. Is Calvin Johnson?
Randy was yours and Jerry was yours. That's why we all think differently.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, next week, what are we doing, Cuervo?
We're gonna head east.
Heading east. So that means we got the AFC and NFC East. Some good football teams. Some interesting teams. Will teams bounce back from bad years with supposedly good quarterbacks? They got some that are good quarterbacks. Will they continue on? Good stuff. And defenses, watch out for that. I'm really interested in hearing the Miami Dolphin opinion. I really am, because I think what I might say might no, it won't surprise you. Anyway, but it'll be a lot of fun to talk about the NFC and AFC West. And
Hey, Jonathan, here's a sneak peek for you.
Yeah.
Sonny loves Tua. Loves him. Adores him.
That's not fair. You want to know why that's not fair, Cuervo? Because it was just for that year. That's all. Just for that year. That's all.
Right.
Just for that. Now the other stuff, those wonderful, nice pictures, for the media where they're hoping that he'd be the next Dan Marino, and him sitting out just looking and soaking it in. They took that picture for time's sake, so when he wins a couple Super Bowls, they can always go back to this, and it's going to backfire. You watch, and it's becomes the biggest joke.
In a bit of fun news, I took an internship this fall.
Yes.
I am now located in eastern Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah. So, of course, now naturally I have ties into the Eagles because they're all around me.
Are you okay? Are you going to be all right?
I mean, I brought my Joe Juraviscus jersey. I figured that would make a lot of friends in Philly.
Yeah, I would think that.
Penn State, right? Penn State?
I think different of you.
Yeah.
I mean, he also caught that massive catch against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game to shut down the link, and then he caught 2 touchdowns to beat the Eagles to open up the vet. So I figured, Joe Juraviscus is very popular around here.
There you go, yeah. Hey, Donovan McNabb, Hall of Famer.
No.
You'll probably have that conversation up there with a lot of people who think he does. So
100 times. But yeah, so I'm up here. So I'm right on the Jersey border. So I hear a lot about the Eagles, the Steelers, Jets, Giants now.
Are you gonna head back to Florida or no?
I would like to, but we'll see where the wind takes me. I'll be in eastern Pennsylvania for the rest of this year.
Got it.
As a football video scout.
Good luck. All right. So good luck with that, and hang around, and we'll be back here for the East next week. and we'll go for as long as it has fun. It should be interesting. So that's going to do it for us. Any parting words, Cuervo, before you're out of here?
What do I have? I still think the Falcons find a way to trade Matt Ryan. That's my plan.
There you go. Jonathan, anything before we're out?
Calvin Johnson's the best receiver ever.
Everybody have a good day. I'm going to try to hold down my lunch. Everybody take care. I'm out of here. For Sonny Clark, for Jonathan, for Cuervo, take care. Oh my God.